Good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. By the close of play tonight, we will have our completed lineup for tomorrow's finals night. Barry Van Peer is, of course, going to be there. He topped Group A on Wednesday. This afternoon, Group C reaches its conclusion. But last night, Group B got underway. Let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Group B was full of glee, but it was a case of, oh no, for Diogo Portela picking up 0 points from his opening night. But he played some superb darts in the process, pushing Leonard Gates and Jacob Taylor all the way. As for Lisa Ashton, she was threatening some records on Thursday night at the Super Series, but only picked up 1 win for her performances. As for Leonard Gates, he got out the tracks quite quickly. He won his opening 2 matches, but proceeded to lose his last 2, and he finds himself in 3rd place on 4 points. As for Justin Hood, it was an incredible debut night. Only the 1 defeat from his 4 matches, sat on 6 points and sat in a good position to qualify for Saturday's final. Jacob Taylor feels he got more in the hand in Saturday night's final. He won every single match on Thursday night and looks set fair to join the finals night field.
Yeah, things are looking very good indeed for Jacob Taylor, aren't they? Paul Nicholson alongside me. Let's have a little look at the Group B table at the halfway point. Jacob Taylor just hasn't faltered at all this week, has he? Maintained a really consistent level.
A consistent level and a very high level as well. And the fact that he's got 8 points from that Group B first night was almost predictable when you consider the level he's been at. But he hasn't cracked yet. And the thing is, we don't expect him to as well. It's just been a really good, rude awakening for all of us darts pundits and darts fans to realise that he is for real.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Justin Hood currently sat in 2nd spot. We learnt a lot about him yesterday. How much more do you think we'll learn this evening when he has that pressure now of being in 2nd spot? Of course, we mentioned that he may play with freedom yesterday because players weren't expecting much from him. Today, though, it's a different challenge for him, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. He's on the radar now. And because he's got a realistic shot of qualifying, I think there will be a little bit of pressure. But the way he approaches the game, I think he'll be able to handle it. As far as the sample size of what we've had from Justin so far, it's quite small, and tonight we'll just get a little bit more.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the numbers then from the opening night of Group B action. A really high standard. Unsurprising to see that overall average up at 87.5. And of course, that standout winning average from Taylor, the 107.36, matching what Barry Van Peer did earlier this week.
Yeah, that was a great performance. I think the overall average of the group, though, that stands out at 87.47, the best that we've seen this week. Not the best checkout rate we've seen from a daily campaign, because that was Monday from Group A, but there was a lot to admire about last night. Great entertainment. Can't wait to see it again tonight.
Yeah, very excited indeed. I think it's fair to say that Group C, it was a bit of a slow burner to begin with, wasn't it? What are you expecting standard-wise from this morning?
I do get the feeling that the fireworks are going to fly a little bit sooner. I think some people needed a bit of time to get their rhythm yesterday, particularly Stu Wilson, who managed to win his first game, albeit not playing his best stuff. But by the end, everybody was doing something. And it must happen for Vincent and Harrington early, otherwise they're going to be out by round 2.
Yeah, let's have a look at the odds then. This is what the bookies make of proceedings this morning. James Hurrell, the favourite to top the group at 11-10. Stu Wilson, 11-5. No surprise there, really, is there? No,
not really. I think Stu Wilson is probably the value here. I think when there's 2 people going to qualify, it's easy for us to stand here and say the top 2 right now look like the most likely candidates. But based on the stats from them yesterday, I think they will. It's as simple as that. What I said yesterday about Huntley and Martin Thomas is that maybe that game, it's got a fire for both players, and they've got to get themselves a bit of an accelerant in their charge for the top 2. It's going to be a fascinating first couple of rounds, and I want loads of different wins just to make it exciting.
Absolutely, I think we all want that. Let's have a look at Assets Acker then and see whether those thoughts are reflected in your tips. They return 17-2 today. Talk us through your selections.
Well, we're going big today, and obviously with James Hurrell being in the position that he's in, we've gone for the handicap against Vincent at 8-11. Martin Thomas against Stu Wilson, handicap betting for Wilson there. That's because the price is so good at 7-4. Huntley versus Vincent, handicap betting again. We're basically looking at the form for the week, and we're looking at the top half of the table and the bottom half, and what is probably going to happen by the end of the campaign in Group C. And maybe when people are already eliminated, they might just lose the adrenaline that they need to play well.
Yeah, Martin Thomas mentioned something quite interesting when I spoke to him a little while ago. He said sometimes when he comes here, he plays with that pressure of just wanting to do enough to make sure he gets an invite back. That can play on a player's mind, can't it? And sometimes we don't maybe consider that as much as we should.
That's a very good point, actually. I never really looked at it like that, because when you consider that ADC representatives from the UK and now Australia for the next series are getting these invites, then maybe people like Martin, people like Mike will be thinking, I just need to play well so I'm still on the radar so I can get that invite. I never thought about that. But maybe that's something Henry and I can discuss. But if he's thinking about that, maybe it will add pressure.
And just finally, Stu Wilson, we saw his level get higher and higher as yesterday progressed. Do you expect him to maintain that high level today?
I would like him to. I think he played so well yesterday, and I think that would have put him in such a good mood. But whatever he was doing right yesterday, he must replicate it today. If he doesn't, he may find himself in a bit of a battle, but the destiny of getting to Saturday night, it's in his hands.
It is indeed. Right, can he replicate that in his first game? He's up against Ryan Harrington. This man's going to sprint down to the commentary box to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to Friday here at the Super Series, which means just one thing. It is decision day. And we begin in Group C, where Stu Wilson has put himself in a really handy position to qualify his way through. As for Ryan Harrington, well, he's going to have to do something quite spectacular, isn't he, if he's going to progress his way into Saturday night's final. He has been with us from the very outset of the week, has Harrington. As for Stu Wilson, he joined us yesterday. He won 4 out of his 5 matches. The man from Preston, nicknamed the Phoenix, former winner of a Challenge Tour event, was for Harrington. It may well be his swan song in this appearance, at least, at the Modus Super Series. Bottom of the table, 2 points, minus 10, same as Jack Vincent. Our referee today is Charlie Corsveen, seeing you through all the action in the afternoon session. And joining me for the duration of the day's action is Paul Nichols. A very good afternoon, Paul.
Yes, a very good afternoon to everybody tuning in. Stu Wilson has chosen the red shirt today. I'm superstitious, Henry. Considering the way he played yesterday, I probably would have washed that one from yesterday and worn it again. But he will be so happy with what happened on Thursday. That is a fact.
60.
He does have a somewhat unconventional action to Stu, but when you know how much of a nice guy he is, and just how mild-mannered
100.
he is playing this gladiatorial sport, you've got to be happy with the kind of results he was putting together. He was having such a good time of it towards the end of the campaign yesterday.
100.
And he walked away with some statistics that really do make you think that he could be a threat this week if he gets through this group.
He is the spearhead of the group on legs difference, plus 11 compared to Hurrell's plus 6. But we'll talk about it a little bit more as the day goes on. He actually cannot split. Well, you just can't split Wilson and Hurrell at all. Even in their statistics.
95.
They're pretty much bang on. There's a doubling yesterday. They were both 18 out of 44, which is incredible when you put it in that perspective. That it was both
97.
Exactly the same.
So you require 106.
We'll talk about that in the next leg, because there's a little droplet of extra information about statistics on doubles yesterday that will maybe interest our viewing fans.
98.
That's a great last start from Stu.
106.
And there are different pressures in this game. Harrington knows that if he doesn't get a perfect day,
So you require 8.
he is not going to qualify. It's almost like knockout darts for Harrington. Madhouse in the first leg.
No score. Ryan, you
Another chance for
require
Ryan.
70.
Opportunities which he needs to take.
38. Stu, you require 8.
That's a big mistake from Harrington. And so Wilson returns to double 4 to take the opening leg.
Game
And that
shot
will feel
on the
like a
first
freebie in the
leg.
end.
Stu Wilson.
It will. But it was a leg that he should have won anyway. And he still does.
Second leg, it's
looking to
Ryan
do the
throw
double
first.
over Harrington
Game
after
on.
a 4-0 win yesterday. It's fair to say that Stu was playing good stuff, and Ryan, at the end of a campaign, for
81.
maybe the second time this week, was just a little bit cheesed off with only getting 2 points going into his final game. So let's talk about the doubling percentages from yesterday. You mentioned that Wilson and Hurrell
95.
were 18 hits from 44 attempts for 41%. But they weren't the only players on 41% on the outer ring yesterday. So was Michael Huntley.
77.
He hit 16 from 39. All three of them deserve a hat tip when it comes to their doubling. On the flip side of that,
123.
you look at Harrington and Vincent at the bottom. They were both under 20% for the day.
96.
And I just want to emphasize something about Ryan Harrington. He had 39 attempts at double yesterday. That's not that different to the rest of the field when it comes to
85.
how many chances you need to convert, the amount of points that you get. For instance, Wilson had 5 more shots at a double yesterday than Ryan, but he converted 11 more. So he did get enough chances. Just didn't hit enough chances.
137.
That's what this game is all about.
And when you look at the stats from yesterday, he wasn't outplayed. Take the exception of the last game. And Wilson beaten 4-0. Hamilton really wasn't up to
134.
strength.
Ryan,
But
you
by and
require
large, he was in
110.
every game. He had opportunities, and he was unable to take advantage of them as Wilson returns with 64. And this would be for 6 consecutive legs
94.
against
So you
Hamilton
require
in the
64.
space of 2 matches.
If he's going to hit the treble 16, he'd rather hit it in the top half. That might actually work out well. Oh, that doesn't. Oh, no. That leaves him on an odd number. 23 cannot be done on the dartboard in one dart. 23 is a prime number as well.
48. Ryan, you
Dart
require
players
16.
don't like prime numbers.
Game shot on the second
1-1.
leg. Ryan
Harrington
Harrington
takes that chance.
And I suppose the mentality when it comes
Third
to
leg, it's
Hamilton
Stu
and
to throw
Vincent will be
first.
this. It's
Game
not
on.
like a regular tournament where if you lose in the first round where you just go home. They've exercised 5 days worth of energy
85.
into this event, and they don't want those 5 days to just come tumbling to an unceremonious end at the end of the day.
It's going to for somebody
134.
pretty soon. But what we saw from Harrington on Wednesday was his best stuff this week. And the reason for that is because he was already eliminated from the
93.
race for the top spot in Group A, which was won by Barry Van Peer. So if he does lose this game to Stu Wilson, and maybe if he loses to James Hurrell
135.
in Game 5, in the final 3 games of this campaign, we might even see the best of him the whole week, because he could relax.
80.
But then there is still that possibility of doing what Moreno Blom did a few months ago. He had 2 points on Friday morning
100.
and miraculously got through on 12.
Only issue I think these two have is what they're going to have to dodge in front of them. 2 players on 8 makes that
50.
an incredibly
Ryan, you
tall order,
require
and you don't expect both
132.
Wilson and Hull to have days where they both end up on 4 points.
It was a
100.
great last start from Ryan. And if he has had any sort of shining light this week, it's the fact that he's been very decent on double 16.
60. Ryan, you require 32.
That's not ideal. He's going to have to go high. A little bit higher, Ryan, but maybe that's even worse. He's going to have to go from the angle now. There you can see almost what he sees.
No score.
That was a very
Stu, you
difficult
require
shot.
133.
So this just to hold. It's not going to go. And this has been a good performance up to Preston. Harrington scored really well.
97. Ryan, you
But can he
require
convert
32.
on this double 16? This time with the pressure of Wilson. Back on 18s to take the leg with the darts. One left in hand.
16.
The double 8 can't be found.
Stu, you
And this
require
could be
36.
a turning point in this match because Wilson is going to return for the double 18 to go 2-1 up and to go halfway there. And Harrington will feel an opportunity missed.
Game shot on the third leg.
Opportunity
Stu
knocks for
Wilson.
Stu Wilson then. 2-1. Right now he's thinking that he's leading a charmed life.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game
He
on.
could easily be 3-0 down. But now he's ahead. And now that mental battle
96.
comes in again for Ryan that he's been wrestling with all week long.
Well, that leg was probably symptomatic of the Harrington week. Gets himself in a
100.
position, but wasn't able to convert in the end.
I talked a lot yesterday about how
58.
Ryan's stock miss this week has been low. I hope he knows that. One of the reasons that someone like myself or even Chris Mason or Glenn Durrant in this chair,
97.
when we look at these kind of things, the reason we mention it is not only for commentary purposes. It's for these players to acknowledge that and to move on and to fix it.
117.
So if Ryan is not watching these back, if someone that he knows is, tell him. Say that over the course of 5 days, your miss was low. Try and fix it. Whether it's a technical
60.
thing, maybe there's a piece of equipment that can be used to erase that, whether it's a, I don't know, a smaller point, a slightly different shape of flight. Maybe he could find a little bit extra
125.
in the knowledge that he knows what's going wrong. We as analysts, we don't cast criticism.
100. Ryan, you
What we do is
require
we find things that are
105.
going wrong and we give people information to try and improve. This is an improvement.
65.
He gave that a
Stu,
really
you
good
require 144.
look at double top.
That's the sort of effort that you'd say you were giving every opportunity to get it. Wilson gave it every opportunity to get the 144. He was
96.
unsuccessful in
Ryan,
that
you
task.
require
And so
40.
Harrington back up for top to 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth
No
leg.
mistake
Ryan
this
Harrington.
time. Level we are 2 apiece. Not much to split these two. 85, 86 the averages. Both have
Fifth
had
leg, it's Stu to throw
their
first.
moments when it's come to
Game
the
on.
outer ring.
It's actually not a bad game. When you consider some of the games that we saw yesterday, which were camped in the 70s,
97.
and we didn't get anything of an average of 98 or more yesterday. The best that we saw was from Martin
58.
Thomas in the penultimate match against Mike Huntley, 97.06. And that fixture is coming up after this. It was rather feisty yesterday.
95.
Played in a brilliant spirit. Looking forward to watching that after this one.
Two fiery and tenacious Welsh Dragons on the hockey going toe-to-toe. We're looking forward to that. But if it's
140.
anything like the battle yesterday, then my word, we're going to be in for a lunchtime treat here at the Super Series.
99.
And you can also get in contact with us at the Super Series. We're available at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Any questions, thoughts that you may possibly have, you can get in touch with
43.
us and we'll read one or two out as the programme goes along.
Not to mention that you can see behind the players in this arena here at the Live Lounge. We do have seats for fans for Saturday night, starting at 7:30. You want to be here to see Barry Van Peer
27.
in his quest for a Week 8 title, or indeed the other 5 players. Go to dartshop.tv and you can find out.
78.
You can reserve yourself a ticket. They cannot be split. I know they can by 1 point, but Let's face it, what's 1 point between friends here?
43.
But that's an invitation. If he can leave 82 here, he's got a better chance of taking this leg.
100.
And he does leave
so
82.
You require 140.
And so this 140 is a must-go for Wilson, and it's not going to be on this occasion. So Harrington should at the very least get an opportunity at the bull
60.
to
Ryan,
break
you
the foe and go
require
3-2 up. And
82.
if he can do that, we'll have the darts to serve it out.
It's low again. But he recovers.
60.
Good try, that,
So you
Ryan. A
require
very, very
80.
good attempt. On this outshot, you've got to be straight. That's tricky. But that's a great single.
40.
And that
Ryan,
was
you require
close.
22.
But that opens the door again.
Game
Door
shot on the
shut.
fifth leg.
Harrington
Ryan
goes
Harrington.
for it. He leads 3-2 and has the darts now to get the job done, to get the opening rubber on the board.
Sixth
He
leg,
looks
it's Ryan
up
to
to
throw
the skies.
first. Game on.
One
140.
problem that he has got, Henry, is that Ryan is 21 legs behind him in the table in leg difference. Yes, 21.
60.
I know he's only 6 points behind at this juncture, but with that leg difference, it might as well be an extra 2 points at least.
58.
What Harrington needed in this game was a win by a margin. He needed to dent that plus 11 leg difference of Wilson. We might even be at the point where he needs to win 4-2.
135.
He's effectively a UK Open final format away from him in terms of legs.
44. $38.
I think they're both stuttering a bit at the start of Friday's play. It does tend to happen a little bit here in Group C. Especially from players who are playing their
59.
fifth consecutive day. Of which there are going to be 3 players in this group doing that. And there will be 2 later on tonight. Just watch out a little bit later for fellow Lancastrian of Stu Wilson,
134.
Lisa Ashton tonight. I had the tiniest little conversation with her before she left the arena in the early hours. She looked fairly defiant. So don't think she's out of the running by any
So you
means.
require 134.
We saw some special stuff from the Lancashire Rose yesterday. Well, you're going to see a special finish here from Stu Wilson.
I don't mind that route. When your opponent's on 100 for the match,
91. Ryan, you
going for 2
require
treble 20s and double
100.
7. I don't mind it at all. He thought it was his last chance,
80.
but he was wrong.
So you require 43.
And now Wilson has robbed himself of an extra darter double because he missed a single with his previous shot. Does it matter? It does.
35. Ryan, you require 20.
And so this double 10 really
shot,
opens up
and
the
match.
race in Group
Ryan
C.
Harrington.
Ryan Harrington moves himself on to 4 points after getting the better Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 2. He stays tied on 8 points with James Hurrell, but you'll now see a chasing pack begin to emerge, breathing down his neck. And it will see Michael Huntley and Martin Thomas next up after this.
Ryan Harrington then off to a much better start to the second day of Group C action. A 4-2 victory to get his day underway. We can have a little look at some of the stats from that one. It was an average just north of 82 for him in that one, carving out more opportunities for himself at the back end of legs in that match. Missed 12 at the outer ring, but still able to get his second victory in Group C. As you can see, Stu Wilson 2 out of 8 on the doubles in that match. Let's have a look at what that does to the league standings then. Of course, Stu Wilson started the day having had a fantastic first day of action on 8 points. He remains there level with James Hurrell. Next up, we've got Martin Thomas against Michael Huntley, a Cymraeg clash that was the contest of the session yesterday. They matched each other blow for blow. Thomas coming through in a decider with a 97 average in this one. Two players, of course, who know each other very well indeed. They have played doubles together. They seem to bring out the best in each other as well. So will we see a repeat of that standard of darts in this one? Let's hand over to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon to guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Ebby. And if it's anything like yesterday's game, we're going to be treated to a right royal Welsh darting ding-dong between Martin Thomas and Michael Huntley. Both players primed in position to progress their way through. It was one of those 4-pointer matches when they played yesterday because both were on 4. Thomas managed to get the victory in that one to move on to 6. And if he can do the same here, well, there'll be a 3-way tie at the top of the table, and he'll make his compatriots' chances of making his way into Saturday night's finale just that little bit slimmer.
One of the main reasons why this game was so good yesterday is because they were a bit more battle-hardened when they went into Game 5 of their day. And potentially, when you play your first game of the day, you could feel a little bit rusty, especially on your first day of the week.
Michael to throw first. Game on.
But maybe these guys will play a little bit sharper than their first games of yesterday. Huntley averaged 77 in his first game, Thomas 82. But by the end, they
30.
were both in the 90s. Sometimes it really does take time to sharpen up. You just have to be better than your opponent at this portion of the day.
Going into yesterday, we didn't know a great deal about
100.
how Martin Thomas was playing over recent times. What did you learn from him yesterday?
I still think he's got work to do.
81.
I don't think Martin's going to be happy averaging 84 and a bit for the day. He knows he can play much better than that. Is he happy with 32% on the doubles?
26.
No, I don't think he is. I think he's going through this process of discovering where he's at, but I do get the feeling, based on yesterday,
58.
because he had the best performance by the time we finished, that maybe all he needs is more tournament exposure. Fallon Sherrick somewhat famously said
100.
recently she just needed more games. Maybe it's the same for Martin.
40.
And is that a case of maybe dipping toes into challenge, or can it just be playing more locally, playing in more open events and things like that?
He's from near Aberystwyth, which
60.
if you've driven from Cardiff to Aberystwyth, it's a bit of a travel, that one. You've got to be really aware
100.
when you're driving there in the light or the dark, and finding tournaments sometimes it's very difficult. There are certain areas of the UK that have tournaments every few days.
140.
This
Martin
area of England is
164.
a hotbed for tournaments. If he lived around here, maybe it would be a little bit easier.
124. Michael,
But I
you
can't
require
imagine him ever
45.
moving away from where he is. But it's glorious. Ooh, that was a wonderful dart. That leaves 19. Double eight.
37.
Thomas
Martin, you
yesterday
require 40.
needed quite a few games to get used to his double top shooting.
Game shot on the first leg.
Doesn't take him much
Martin
time to get his
Thomas.
first double top here in this game.
What we learned about Martin Thomas on that double yesterday was if it goes to a
Second
corner,
leg, it's
he's
Martin to
okay.
throw
But
first.
if the first dart goes just
Game
above
on.
into the middle of the bed, that's when the problems are going to ensue.
think what Abby mentioned about this game, where if Thomas
60.
does win and gets to 8 points, it causes huge problems for Huntley. We've got a lot of our
85.
quintessential 4-pointers at the start of our play today. But here's the reverse thing about that.
58.
If Huntley wins, he joins Thomas on 6 points, but his leg difference is superior by 5.
30.
I want this group to be as crazy as possible. Call me a bit of an anarchist.
58.
But it's a bit more fun when there are 4 or 5 people vying for 2 spots.
We don't want dead rubbers. We want there to be tension throughout the course of the day.
Do you know where that comes from?
100.
The phrase dead rubber. Can rubber be alive? Well, I suppose you get rubber from trees, don't you? So technically it can.
83.
I'm going to have to look into that. I'm fascinated by the roots of sayings and why things came up.
Welcome
26.
to the Port Nicholson lexicography class.
I'm no Susie Dent when it comes to the roots of words and things like that, but I'm intrigued by it.
85.
I don't know this, but it wouldn't surprise if it came from a racing background where, you know, all the tyres go and then just got dead rubbers towards the end, you know, towards the end of the race in the middle of the field or something like that.
There's a lot of rubbers in tennis,
Martin,
isn't
you
there,
require
when it comes to the
157.
Davis Cup, so maybe it's got something to do with that. Huntley in the background just scratching his head a little bit
60.
and feeling a bit bewildered with this start. And there you see more evidence of it.
He was slow to get out the traps
23.
against
Martin,
James
you
Hull
require
yesterday,
97.
average of 77.5. He actually also missed 11 darts at double in defeat to the Hillbilly there.
42.
Bad last start there from Martin Thomas. But he will be back.
100.
With Huntley
Martin, you require
just behind him.
55.
Double top with 2 darts.
Game
Only
shot on the
needed
second
2
leg.
darts for it
Martin
in the first leg.
Thomas.
Now just needs the 1 to double the lead. They needed 7
Third leg,
legs to
it's Michael
separate
throw
them yesterday.
first. Game
We
on.
might not need 7 this time. If there were any shining lights yesterday for Mike, it's that he
85.
on the doubles was just as good as Wilson and Hurrell at the top of the table. 16 hits from 39 attempts is very good.
40.
But he lost too many tight matches. Lost too many legs after squandering chances.
60.
If you want evidence that small margins are magnified in Group C
100.
campaigns, get a load of this. He won 16 legs yesterday, did Mike Huntley. Wilson and Hurrell won 18.
43.
They won twice as many points as he did. The difference being 2 legs.
45.
That's it.
And them 2 in a strong suit to go through, and suddenly his back's against the wall here if he loses this one to Thomas, because he'll see 3 players 4 points behind him.
99.
With only 8 left to play for.
That's what I like about Fridays, because we start letting the
81.
clock tick away. We talk about how many games are left, how many points are available to each player, and then we start to see the big picture.
60.
For instance, when it comes to Ryan Harrington, who's now on 4 points in the table, the same as Michael Huntley, he can get to 12 points.
55. Michael, you
However,
require 154.
His leg difference compared to Huntley is a difference of 13. So Huntley might as well be on 6.
$138.
That's worked out pretty well for Michael.
Yeah, nice leave to lead, 8-8.
60. Michael, you require 60.
It's 2-1. Hasn't been the high-quality
Game
encounter
shot
we
the
saw
third
yesterday.
leg. Michael Huntley.
But Huntley stayed in the mix, stayed in the race. But Thomas, with the darts here, can still re-establish that two-leg cushion at 3-1.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Still got 2 more players to show you before we go into round 2. That will be Jack Vincent and James Hurrell, who will be having their 5th battle of the week.
100.
James Hurrell being the favourite to win Group C with the odds compilers at the start of play. Not really a surprise
55.
considering his experience and his hit rate of making it through to Saturday nights with us. 100%.
60.
So that's on the line over the next few hours. And if you are having a little flutter on anything today, remember it's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information, and
134.
gamble responsibly, please.
This is game 2 of 25. We're going to be bringing you over the course of today.
100.
After the afternoon session's finished, we'll have a little bit of a break, a little bit of time to enjoy some of the culinary delights of Portsmouth. I know you very much enjoyed that yesterday.
41.
Come on, Henry. It's not exactly a hotbed for Michelin stars. They actually did hand out the Michelin stars this week.
131.
And congratulations to any establishment that got one for the first time or indeed retained one. My good friend Adam Handling, who
81.
retained his Michelin star for
Martin, you
Covent
require
Gardens
110.
Frog by AH. Well done to all of the team there. And congratulations to Adam as well for getting the dessert course
54.
for the Great British Menu Banquet. Very proud of you, Adam.
Fair to say the
Martin,
food
you
that we
require
had
56.
yesterday was not of Michelin star level.
No, it wasn't.
Game
But that
shot
one
on
hits
the
the
fourth
spot.
leg. Martin Thomas.
3-1 Thomas looking to do the double over his mate from Wales. And right now, Michael
Fifth
Huntley's
leg, it's
probably
Michael to
thinking,
throw first.
get
Game
this
on.
guy out of my sight.
But Martin Thomas could effectively have just finished off his friend in terms of progression, in terms
60.
of this group. Because remember, before these two met, in the penultimate game of yesterday's session, they were locked on 4 points.
100.
Huntley, if anything, was probably the marginal favourite to go on and win that particular game. But Thomas here, with, has to be said, 2 contrasted performances. This hasn't quite hit
23.
the meteoric heights of yesterday's meeting. Could put daylight between him and his rival in 4th place in the table. And then he'll be looking upwards, looking at the likes of
41.
Hurrell and Wilson, trying to depose one of them.
There were 2 words that I used with Abby at the start of the show. Sample size. And we were talking about Justin Hood at the time.
55.
We'll see more of him a little bit later on tonight in Group B. The sample size that we have for Mike Huntley now is quite great. We've been watching him for the best part of 9 months.
100.
So we have to assess where he's at. And I have to ask a really, what will feel like a harsh question.
22.
Does he lose too many matches he should win? Because let's face it, at World Senior Championship, he lost a match that he probably should have won.
100.
He lost matches yesterday that he probably should have won. But this is a match that I don't think he has really contended in because he has not
60.
shown us
Martin, you require
anywhere
80.
near what he's capable of.
And in fairness to Martin, he'd probably say the same, but he's now got a dart at tops to go on and claim the
60.
win. But that drag's just below. Not that it's going to matter on this occasion with Huntley all the way back on 281. But Thomas will return, set fair at double 10 to claim 2 points.
97. Martin,
That
you
puts him
require
right in the mix.
20.
It creates a three-way tie at the top of the table. But that is a wild dart. He goes straight for it, which
No score.
It's quite interesting because maybe some in that scenario would have decided to split and go for the double four.
The confidence on stage for Huntley does not look good.
41.
And his chances of
Martin
making the top
required
two
20.
are about to be dealt a big blow. Or are they?
Game,
Yes,
shot,
they are.
And the match.
Ultimately,
Martin
it's the
Thomas.
double for Martin Thomas over Mike Huntley over the last couple of games that they've played. And that will get him to 8 points in the table with James Hurrell and Stu Wilson. The conclusion of game 2, you've just seen it. Martin Thomas 4, Michael Huntley 1.
Martin Thomas then coming through our second match of this afternoon session with a 4-1 victory. We can have a look at some of the numbers from that one. It was far from the high quality encounter that we witnessed when these two players met yesterday. As you can see, Martin Thomas averaging just over 71.5 in that match. His finishing not the issue in that one. It was a lack of scoring power from the Welshman. As for Huntley, an average below 69 in that one, pinning one of his 2 attempts at the outer ring in that one. Our third match of this afternoon session, then rounding off our first round of fixtures, and it is Jack Vincent against James Hurrell for the 5th time this week. Hurrell can return to the top of the table if he's to get a win in this one. He will be the first player on to 10 points in the league standings. As I mentioned, these two players have already met 4 times this week, and it's Hurrell who leads the head-to-head 3-1 so far. Will he be able to get that 4th victory to take him to the top of the league standings? Let's find out and rejoin our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, James Hurrell, the man who has a perfect record when it comes to qualification for Saturday night's finals here at the Super Series. Well, it's in the palm of his hands as to whether he is going to do exactly that. He's already seen a defeat for his rival at the top of the table, Stu Wilson, today to the hands of Ryan Harrington, who began the day at the bottom of the table. But that is now a position occupied by Jack Vincent because of that win for Harrington in Game 1. Our ADC qualifier for this week, Vincent, from Dunstable in England, courtesy of the East of England regional ranking tables. Plenty for him to learn from this week, up against Hurrell, who has got his eyes on one thing. He's qualified for Saturday night. He's got out the group before, but now the eyes will be on the big prize. That is a place at Champions Week at long last.
Job number 1, keep up that 100% qualification ratio of making Saturday night here.
100.
Then he can worry about Saturday. But this is his game in hand on Wilson and Thomas. He must make the most of it.
135.
At points this week, he has been at the top of tables. But he hasn't stayed there.
60.
Now he must get to the top on 10 after this first game of the day and palm everybody off no matter what happens. The right mentality for Hurrell today is to have
96.
10 points. Walk away with 18 and you will be there. It's that simple.
Although we should mention that is something probably easier said than done. But he's got that capability to go 5 and 5, as you say.
He has got the capability of doing that.
140.
He's going to have to handle the pressure because he's the person that everybody expects to qualify. But when you're the England captain,
60.
people are saying to you that you can handle the pressure. We will find out if he can today.
Do you get the feeling the
100.
one thing he's lacking on his CV? He's got so many open titles. He's got the England appearances. But on a personal basis, he is missing a major triumph in the sport.
60. Jack, you require
Yes and no.
101.
I think because he's been contending for about 7 years, I think maybe we expect people to have major success in the infancy of their career.
James, you require 150.
Because we've seen from the likes of Gerwyn Price and Rob Cross that they're getting big titles a lot sooner than some other people would have.
50.
But
Jack, you
maybe
require 32.
he's just someone who learns at a slightly slower rate. I think he will improve and get to a higher level, but maybe at a
Game shot on the first
different
leg.
speed.
Jack Vincent.
He loses the first leg, albeit against the darts.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
But his initial challenge here is to make sure that Jack does not get a hot start and play with the freedom that we saw from Ryan Harrington at times.
53.
And he spoiled the party against Stu Wilson in game 1.
Now we'll be all too aware of what Vincent can pose. Okay,
96.
Hull's got the victory in the 4 games this week, but these two will have known each other from their times on the WDF circuit, especially around England and Scotland, where they both would have made trips to the likes of Silsey and Breen Sands.
64.
What's fascinating to me is that Vincent is here. If he wasn't, he probably would have gone to the development tour weekend. And believe me when I say this, some of the numbers seen this morning
99.
are head spinning. Bradley Brooks with an average in excess of 120 this morning. Dylan Slevin with an average in excess of 113. But then again, when it comes to Dylan doing that,
140.
not really a shock. We saw him at the end of 2022 playing here, and he was like a thunderbolt coming through this place.
I think the plan was for Jack is to
25.
try and get some events in. If he's unsuccessful today, then he's going to make the trip up to Milton Keynes and play in the events tomorrow and Sunday. And that's going to be a key component now for players who play
140.
in this competition and in other competitions. It's going to be diary management. How do you get as many events in as possible, but without burning yourself out?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? He could well be playing 7 straight days.
180. James, you require 104.
That was a very timed maximum, wasn't it? Causing Hurrell problems. And if he can convert the 101,
64. Jack, you require 101.
Hurrell is staring a very big problem in the face.
Trouble 19. Unsuccessful on this occasion, so single 20 will leave
61.
himself on tops.
James, you require 40.
Which is exactly what Hull wants to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Game shot on
Let's
the
just get on
second
with leg
leg.
3 because
James
you just
Hurrell.
knew that was going to go in. Is it going to be the day where
Third
Hurrell
leg, it's Jack
is
to
brilliant
throw
on double
first.
10
Game on.
or double top? Throughout this week, Hurrell has averaged 86.57, which
45.
is not bad at all. But for some sort of reason, it feels like he's left a lot of scores out there. He hasn't been feeling 100% at times this week.
93.
But when you think about yesterday, 41% on the doubles, that's the kind of thing you want to maintain. I think his doubles throughout the week have been
96.
fantastic. But he was left very frustrated on Thursday by some of his scoring ability.
There's a danger for the rest of the field that at some point it will all click together.
121.
And if it does, then you might want to move stage left.
Do you remember when John Henderson was here in week 12 of Super Series 2? He started the week slowly.
29.
By the time he came to Saturday, he was rejuvenated and he was playing fantastically. There is a danger that Hurrell could do exactly that. He could be saving his best for the end of the week.
Best finals night under this roof in terms of atmosphere?
From a weekly perspective, yes.
45.
But I think the night that Conan Whitehead won, that was special. Because it was the first Champions finals night. And there was something about that night that just, it hit us hard because we speculated as to how the atmosphere would feel for a night like that. But it was much better than I anticipated.
How are here leaving 87 after 12. Vincent can only set up and hope with the darts.
121. James, you require 87.
A little bit of a disaster that last dart because it means it's going to be 6 from here for the Hillbilly. Well, it's going to be a case of treble 20, which is going to give himself a dart at double 12.
Game shot.
Good recovery.
James Hurrell.
From James Hurrell there after the slip into the single free. Pops the treble, pops the double, leads 2-1. And for Jack Vincent,
it's James to throw first.
It's that
Game
familiar feeling.
Hillbilly Hurrell doing a Clive Dunn. Don't panic.
100.
Is that one over your head as well?
That's Army.
Yeah, finally we've hit the note.
We got that. If I got that wrong, we're doomed.
Yeah, that's Fraser.
100.
Someone's going to be doomed today. In fact, we are going to lose 4 players from this group and 2 from Group B later. 6 out, 5 through. All to join Barry Van Peer, who is
45.
Feet up, getting ready for Saturday.
And we know he's been watching because he's tweeted us to say he is.
That was last night. He might be out getting some fresh air.
60.
Might be having a practice somewhere. Might be keeping an eye on the development tour results. He's got a lot of friends there. Barry, of course, is a former World Youth Championship finalist. Lost to Corey Cadby.
59.
Yesterday, Vincent
85.
had the lowest doubles percentage of anybody from the week at 17%. He hit 7 doubles with 42 attempts. And you remember what I was saying about the attempts that the likes
76.
of Hurrell and Wilson and Thomas had. In fact, everybody, if you think about the least amount of attempts that somebody had at double, it was Huntley and Harrington at 39 attempts.
140.
The most attempts by a player was 44. That was Wilson and Hurrell. 5 darts between top and bottom. Small margins yesterday were so magnified.
83. Jack require 160.
7 doubles out of 42 yesterday. That's why Jack is on 2 points. And he's missed a single here.
84. James, you require 138.
It's going to go the old school route. So many people these days like the 19s on 138.
60. Jack, you require 32.
Get the feeling that this group just needs a catalyst from somewhere. Pick a marker and hit it.
16.
Oh, he's got the wrong one.
James,
Not the
you
wrong
require
marker, the wrong
78.
double.
And so this is chief opportunity for Hurrell now to really stamp his authority on the match.
This looks like hard work for these two guys. I'm not going to lie about that. They look spent. They need a second win from somewhere. And it might just come from Hurrell, who nicks the leg on tops.
Fifth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
It is going to be the last game they play against each other this week, because they're both not going to qualify.
139.
I just don't see that happening, especially when you've got Hurrell, Thomas and Wilson on 8 points. But this man from Gloucestershire is very close to being on 10. The first person to make double figures.
180.
And motoring his way towards the line. Now these two players also play county together for the Bucks team. Very good county team that. Jared Cole also part of that lineup.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know everything about darts, but James is playing for Buckinghamshire now? Interesting.
Had that sent to me courtesy of a player we still get very close to winning the Super Series in Series 2, Adam Mould.
Ah, that makes... I hope you're well, Adam. Thanks for that information. I made my County A debut against Buckinghamshire quite a few years ago. Lost to a player called Damien Fife.
I should actually back myself up there and say that it's a very good team because it's also got Adam Mould in. I shouldn't back myself into that corner, should I?
I enjoyed having Adam here. He was a great addition.
60.
We are going to see Adam again soon.
167.
What am I going to say?
Stop drip feeding you. It's going to be 161 for the win then.
139. James required 161.
His biggest finish of the week. Well, it would have been. And he currently has the second best leg difference in this
28.
table. The only way he can join Stu Wilson is if he gets a look at 64 and takes it.
Game shot on the fifth
But he doesn't.
Jack Vincent.
If I was to give some advice to JV today, it would be a pest.
James to throw first.
Hang around and make it annoying for the people above you, because you're not expected to qualify. They are.
Don't be Mr. Popular. Be the one they don't like. Because you're the
100.
one who's stopping opportunities. And look, also look at it from this perspective as well. If everything in every game, the invitation for Series 4 could come your way as well.
58.
Yeah, that's a subject that was brought up at the start of the show. And I never really thought about what Martin Thomas was talking about. The pressure of playing well to make the selectors think that you'd warrant
32.
an invite back. That's how Martin Thomas looked at it. I never looked at it that way. But maybe some players are thinking about that. I don't think Jack is. I don't think James is in this game. I think they're in very different modes right now. I think Jack will maybe look to get back via the ADC. James, with his reputation and his current WDF ranking, he's going to be invited back no matter what happens this week.
100.
But players like Thomas, players like Harrington, maybe they are thinking, if I don't play well this week, I might not get another invite. That's pressure. Because if they're saying they want to come back, they have to prove that they're good enough.
There's a nice selection headache for us to have at the Super Series.
140.
The second maximum would have been very handy there for Jack.
100. James required 129.
This is a little bit easier than his previous match-winning chance of 161. And it just got a little bit easier. That one's a 50-50 call for me, the double-double there.
Jack require 88.
I think sometimes you have to go for the double-double just in case you feel it's your last shot. Was he right?
Game shot on the
was.
6th flag.
Maybe he
Jack
knew something that
Vincent.
we didn't. It's 3-3. And right now, there are people in the practice room thinking, come on, Jack, do us a favour.
7th final leg. It's Jack to throw
We're
first.
currently in a
Game
position
on.
where there's more spoilers here than Coronation Street.
I wouldn't. No, I don't watch it. Don't want to. I'd rather watch this stuff because this has been a decent match.
95.
Best match of the day so far. 88.98 the average for Hurrell. 90 exactly for Jack Vincent. If you cast your
81.
mind back to Wednesday, Hurrell did not get any points at all. Yesterday it was much better getting 8, but his week has been so up and down.
60.
It's like the FTSE 100 index.
$100.
Can Hurrell just one treble his way down against the darts? He's done his first 2 visits, 81 followed by a ton.
85.
But that's a big last dart for Vincent.
Get your teeth into this one as well. Look how many chances Hurrell's had in this match compared to Jack. Vincent's had 6 more darts at double than his opponent.
100.
If he's to get through this game, Hillbilly, he might have to do something that he's already done twice this week in getting 4 from 4. That's a very different kind of
94.
pressure. He might only get 1 more dart at double in this match, and he might have to hit it. Well, he wants another 60, but it's a hard hit.
140. Jack can require
Take the second prize.
167.
He will. He might not get another dart at double.
87.
But look at this situation now,
Jack
Henry.
can require 80.
Hurrell on 80, Jack on 80. He hasn't missed a double, and if he doesn't get the treble, well, he does, so it means he gets 2. He could be 4 from 4 on the doubles, but the most important thing is 2 points.
Game, shot,
Huge.
and the match.
Absolutely
James Hurrell.
gargantuan doubling from James Hurrell. He looks tired to me, but maybe that will make him feel a little bit more energised. The average is in excess of 90, but he made that look like really hard work, but the doubles were excellent. In the end, at the end of round 1, it's Hurrell 4, Vincent 3.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
So then, rounding off our first round of games here on day 5 of action, the second day of Group C. James Hurrell has just come through in a decider to get the better of Jack Vincent. We can have a look at some of the numbers from that one. More efficient finishing from Hurrell in that one, just missing the 1 dart at the outer ring. That was, of course, at double 10 before pinning it with his next dart to get over the line. An average of 90.5 in that one. Jack Vincent played well, didn't he? He was 3 out of 9 on the doubles, an average just shy of 90 in that one for him. And if we have a little look at the league standings, that does, of course, move Hurrell back to the top of the table. He's the first player into double figures with that +7 leg difference as well. Next up, it's a battle between the other two players on 8 points at the moment. Stu Wilson against Martin Thomas, which is huge in the context of qualifying, especially with how the opening round of fixtures unfolded. A win for the Welshman, of course, in his opening match of the day, but he'll know that he needs to put about 10 points on his average to be competitive in this one. When they met yesterday, it was a 4-0 win for Stu Wilson. Tomo with just the 2 attempts at the outer ring, failing to pin either of them. So he is going to need to up his level somewhat to compete in this one. Will he be able to do so? Let's hand back over to H and Nico to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Round 1 is done. Let the plot thicken in round 2. We now have someone on 10 points in the table. That's James Hurrell. We have these two on 8, which means we are guaranteed that James will have some company at the top of the table post this 4th game of the day. This 46-year-old from Preston stuttered in round 1. We'll be hoping to get back on the winning train after this.
He most certainly will. The victor of this one, as Abby alluded to in the opener, will move on to 10 points. Player who loses this one will feel as if they've got ground to make up as the day goes on. You feel now, after the first round of fixtures for the day, that it's most likely going to be a 3-horse race for 2 positions. That's not to discount the credits of Mike and Ryan, but they're going to have to do a lot right, because by the end of this one, someone's going to be 6 points clear of the players in 4th and 5th, respectively.
It's hard to really say at this juncture
45.
who's the favourite for this game. Because if you look at their first games of the day, neither of them will be happy. 81 the average in defeat to Ryan Harrington for Stu.
100.
A winning average for Martin of 71.5. Everybody likes to win, don't get me wrong.
97.
But everybody wants to play well and win. Martin is honest enough in his assessment that he knows he didn't play well in that second game of the day, but he still got the points.
Well, before play got underway, they had Martin Thomas at 4-6 to win the game, and Stu Wilson was 11-10 with the bookmakers, so they favoured the Welshman in this particular battle, which is what they've tended to have done throughout the course of the week here.
Yeah, it's fascinating that yesterday they had Martin Thomas as
59.
the favourite to win the group. Now, if he goes on to win this group from the position he was in the middle of yesterday, then maybe the bookies have got Biff Tannen's Sports Almanac.
137.
That he was going to be eliminated by maybe this point in the middle of yesterday. I didn't see enough evidence from Martin to say that he was playing well enough. But he has stuck around.
54. Martin, you require 124.
And now he can be a problem for the 2 people above him in the table currently. 88.
108.
I think he was going for 888. But that's the beautiful thing on that shot. When you've got 64, 2 of the trebles next to each other will give you a double. A good double
99.
as well.
Martin, you require 16.
Double.
Game shot on the first
That's an early lead for the
Martin
Welshman.
Thomas.
And you have to say, even in this opening leg, it's a much improved display than the one that he put in against Michael Huntley in the second match of the day.
Game on.
The question we have to ask here, though, is at what point does this become embroilment for Stu Wilson? Because he began the day at the top of the table. If he loses this one, by the end of game 4, he'll be outside the automatic finals places.
I don't know whether you tuned into Alexandra Palace at the end of 2022 and the start of 2023, but Abby will confirm what I'm about to say. The word embroiled was the word of the tournament.
95.
Both the TV broadcaster and radio broadcasters were using that word multiple times
45.
every hour. It was everywhere, that word.
She got embroiled into the embroilment.
Yeah, we got embroiled and embroiled. Which,
58.
when you think about it, doesn't make any sense, but it kind of does.
$97.
Just wonder how Stu Wilson is feeling right now after that opening defeat. He wouldn't have been pleased with his level of performance in his first game yesterday,
60.
but he rebounded with a better performance in game 2, but ended up losing it. So he won with a bad performance
81.
in game 1 yesterday.
So you require 148.
Lost with a good performance. Now he needs to turn things around again. He needs to win in round 2 this time, otherwise he's in a little spot of bother.
82.
And it may well be that we go down to round 10 in Group C. And if I'm just
81.
casting my eye
So you
over
require
the
66.
schedule, Stu Wilson's last game is against Jack Vincent, who might well be fully eliminated by the end of this round, in fact.
34.
And Martin Thomas is
Martin,
playing the
you
very
require
final game of this group
154.
against Ryan Harrington, who is still sticking around for now, but for how long? It could well be a 3-horse race, depending on what Hurrell does
94.
plays
So you require 32.
against Martin Thomas in game 7 and against Harrington next. Just for a second, the man from Preston thought that was good.
On the line, but can he
16.
dip one under? No.
Martin, you require
Over
60.
adjust, and so Thomas for a 2-0 lead. Break a throw. It's going to be 2 at tops, but look how nicely sat. That
Game
first
shot on the
dart
second
is
leg.
in.
Martin
There's no
Thomas.
way he could have missed that tops. And Thomas is on top, leading 2-0. And we can enter the phase
Third
of
leg, it's Martin to
embroilment
throw first.
for Stu
Game
Wilson.
on.
Let's address the other issue for Thomas then. He sits in 3rd position because of his leg difference, which is currently at
60.
+2. He has a fabulous chance in this match right now of making it better for him and worse for Wilson.
140.
He's 7 legs behind him currently, is the man from Aberystwyth.
180.
This is a much better performance. Somebody is starting to warm up.
125.
Saw it yesterday, didn't we, where he got better as the day went along. It was an 82 average to start, and then by the end it was an average around about
100.
97 or so. He then moved into the 92 period midway through the session. He incrementally got better as the games went along, and are we seeing that similar trend
60.
here?
Martin, you require 161.
Let's face it, from this position, he should be 3-0 up.
65.
He leaves himself a 2-darter. And it is Wilson who's under all the pressure.
140.
He can't
Martin,
do any better than that from
96.
176. Double top. What a save.
76.
He knew that was a big
So you
dart.
require 36.
This visit could be the difference between game on and game over. 9s.
Game shot on the
Great
third
dart.
leg.
Sneaks
Stu
into the
Wilson.
corner, brings it back to 2-1, obtains the break, and we return to throw.
Fourth leg, it's Stu to throw first.
Let's look at
Game
the
on.
evidence of today then. He's averaging 81 for the day, is Wilson. That's a good 7 points down on yesterday. He's had
55.
3 hits at double from 14. That's got to change.
96.
He can't affect what's already happened. Let's forget about what's happened over the last game and a bit. But from here on out, His doubling has got to be closer to what it
58.
was yesterday. If it's not, he's running a very real risk.
140.
Nice to see the standard has gone up here in round 2 already. You would expect that from these players. I don't know whether you caught just
60.
what kind of mood James Hurrell was exuding at the end of that first game for him today, but he looked shattered.
55.
Does that play into the hands of these two? Because they're only playing their second day, not their fifth.
And also, when you think about the session times, now we've moved the Thursday and Friday
58.
session, the first session into an afternoon slot at 1 o'clock. It'll feel more natural to them. They would have had the morning to prepare.
100.
We mentioned it yesterday, where in the AM slot at 9:30, it's literally a case of you get up, have breakfast, get to the venue. They would have had the luxury today, the players, of kind of doing their own thing
60.
in the morning.
Martin,
Maybe go and have a walk,
110.
maybe go find somewhere for a little bit of breakfast, maybe find somewhere just to break the day up a little bit. As Thomas here has a look at the double 18 for
92.
110 and a 3-1 lead. But I've had the opportunity just to do a couple of bits and maybe a little bit of a more leisurely morning, get into here for about 11, half 11, and then get cracking on the practice board.
100. Martin, you require 18.
Now, what does Martin want to do here? Double 4.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
That plan
Martin
was a good
Thomas.
one because it worked. Courage of conviction, and there's a lot of right-handers don't like double 9.
5th leg, it's Martin to throw
What was it
first.
Hannibal said in the 18?
Game on.
I love it when a good plan comes together.
With a cigar in his mouth.
100.
Do you know the actor that was in the A-Team who played Hannibal? Famous role. Do you know he was in Breakfast at Tiffany's with Audrey Hepburn?
59.
Honestly, it's like I've just given you an Einstein book to revise. You look at me right there as if to say, what's Breakfast at Tiffany's?
100.
I know what Breakfast at Tiffany's is.
Don't say it's a song.
I know it's a song by Deep Blue, but I know it's also a famous film.
Yeah, it's from well before you were born. Great movie.
I'd be more inclined to remember when Harry Met
45.
Sally a bit more than Breakfast at Tiffany's. And no, we're not going there.
No, When Harry Met Sally is better than Breakfast at Tiffany's, in my opinion. It's a great movie.
140.
You can actually go to that sandwich shop and recreate that famous scene.
Nah, best not.
100. Martin, you
If
require
they've got a vegan option, I can see Abby
161.
doing that.
I think we should swiftly move on.
Yeah, I think we should. That's what Martin's
60.
trying to do. Now, why did he go 60 with the last start there? Because earlier in the match, he went 25 and bull with his last start when he had 1-2-1. Why the change of plan there, Martin?
45.
Is it because
Martin,
Stu
you
was so
require
far back?
101.
Shouldn't have made any difference. Double 12.
Game,
Monstrous
shot,
win for
and the
Martin
match.
Thomas.
Martin Thomas.
He has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, that's for sure. Because now he's in the top 2 and Stu Wilson is not at the minute. And what he's done as well is he's really made inroads on that leg difference. It means that round 2 and round 3 are going to be very, very interesting as we keep going. That one is Martin Thomas 4, Stu Wilson 1.
Game, shot, and the match.
Absolutely superb stuff here at the Super Series.
Would you believe it? Out of nowhere, he pins a 170 finish.
This is just an exhibition of fantastic finishing. 180.
That was a cracking leg of dart. 144 were called, just 6 remain. This is the Champions League Grand Final. After 3 months and over 1,300 games, it comes down to this.
Well, Martin Thomas really has put the cat amongst the pigeons in Group C, hasn't he? A 4-1 victory, his second win of the session. I mentioned that he needed to add at least 10 points onto his average. Well, he ended up with an average just shy of 90 in that one, put in almost 18 points on his average from his opening game of the day to secure a 4-1 victory of Stu Wilson, who started the day top of the league standings. As you can see, he's just been unable to replicate the level shown yesterday so far this morning. Slight signs of concern, and maybe we'll learn more as the day goes on about his standard and where he's at than we did yesterday. Let's have a look at the league standings then and see what that does as Martin Thomas moves up to second place, level on 10 points with James Hurrell. Hurrell, of course, with that game in hand. He's up next against Ryan Harrington for the 5th time this week. Harrington on 4 points after a win in his opening game of the day, also getting the better of Stu Wilson. I mentioned this is the 5th time these two players have met this week. Of course, Harrington really enjoyed this fixture in Group A, didn't he? Winning all 3 of their encounters there before Hurrell got the victory when they met yesterday in Group C. Who's going to pick up the 2 points in this one then? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. It really is hotting up. And for James Hurrell, if he can claim victory in this one, he puts himself in a really good position. He put himself 4 points clear of Stu Wilson in 3rd place in the table, with there then being only 6 points left to play for as far as them two are concerned. But Ryan Harrington has already played the role of spoiler. He's already beaten a man who topped the table when he played him. He beat Stu Wilson in that opening match of the session. Will lightning strike twice?
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
One thing's for sure, it's pretty fair, this head-to-head, because it's 2-2. This will be the decider.
140.
Yesterday when they played, I was talking about this opportunity that they may play each other 7 times in the week. I'm not so sure that's going to happen now, because when you've got 2 players on 10 points in the table,
97.
1 on 8, and Harrington, even though he won his first match on 4, I can't see him making the top 2. I can't see Vincent making
99.
the top 2. And I've got to be honest, I think Huntley might be out of it as well. I think it's a 3-horse race to the top 2 now.
100.
That means this is all about Hurrell.
Well, when Hurrell plays Thomas in a couple of games' time, it's going to be the first match we're going to broadcast
56.
live on Sporty Stuff TV. So quite an apt game to have for the first one on the broadcast for free. That could pretty much put Hurrell through, because he'd be on 14 points by that stage. He'd be 4 points above Thomas.
If in doubt, just get to 18. We've seen so many strange scenarios in this group over the years.
100. James, you require
Just don't lose. That would be going through my head all day long. Just go and win.
$76. Ryan, you require 106.
That was a really good approach to the bullseye, but unfortunately, dart 3 came up a lot short. Double 16. Don't look, James.
Game shot in the first leg. Ryan Harrington.
Because you won't like what you see.
What he's seen is Ryan Harrington take out in 15. Is he going to play the role of spoiler again? And how much is he embracing it?
You'd have to ask him. He enjoyed being the spoiler on Wednesday. Not that he had that much of an effect on it, because Barry Van Peer, let's face it, he was in a slightly different class to most of the players.
58.
But a loss now for Hurrell would be monumental. It would be great for Stu Wilson, and it would be good for Martin Thomas as well.
85. 85.
How would you grade Ryan Harrington this week if you were being really honest? based on what we've seen from him over the last 5 to 10 years, we obviously know he's a good player. Where does he go from here? What would you give him? Would you give him a B, a C, a D?
If I was a school report, I'd give him a C, where there's good elements, but there's also could do better. But I think he now needs to go out and play competitions.
43.
If he wants to.
Yes. And this is where
I beat that drum a lot because there are players out there who almost feel an obligation to play
125.
because of what they've done in the past. But ultimately, it's about what you want to do. If Ryan wants to play and he wants to get better, he knows that what he needs to do is to play a little bit
James
more.
required 113.
it's what he now wants to do in his next step of his career. Of course, there's other priorities in his life. He's got a young family. But there's something there.
Ryan, you require
But if he's going to
135.
take it to that next level, he's got to put in those match play reps.
Well, how does he see this bullseye? It's got to be from the angle.
110.
Oh, I thought it was
James
in.
requires 60.
Charlie had the best seat in the house for that one. That was a spectacular attempt from Ryan. Double 10. He needs plan B this time.
Game shot on the second
Plan
leg.
B.
James Hurrell.
Never fails. Plan A has always been tops. Plan B
Third
has
leg
got
is
him
Ryan
out
to
of
throw
jail
first.
so
Game
many
on.
times over the last couple of days.
It's the year 2006. Because that was the last time Plan B was
97.
that successful.
I wondered where you were going with that. Yeah, don't remind me of 2006 if you don't mind.
140.
I don't mind telling you why. Tomorrow's April Fool's Day. I got married on the 1st of April 2006. Can you sense a little bit of disdain in my voice? Moving on. Don't get married on April Fool's Day. Honestly. People just make fun of you.
59.
Especially if it's before midday. They don't think it's real.
Oh, it was real.
95.
Almost wish it was an April Fool. These things are set to try you anyway. No point having regrets in life.
98. Ryan, you require 170.
Now, James is trying to leave 170, and Ryan was already there. Go on, Ryan. You know you won a one.
Game shot on the
how
third
good is it?
leg. Ryan Harrington.
Biggest finish of the week, obviously, but he's the first person to get one. And is he playing
Fourth
with
leg,
the
it's James
freedom
to
that he
throw
had on
first.
Wednesday again?
Game on.
He might just be firing Hurrell up here. When you come into a fixture like this, in this format, Hurrell's thinking where Harrington is in the table
39.
and where he sits at the top, he should win. But they're under very different pressures.
Going back to the year of 2006.
You're not going to let it go, are you?
It was the year that Steve McLaren was
140.
appointed the manager of the England football team. The set of the National Lottery was invaded by campaigners. Fernando Alonso won the British Grand Prix.
180.
England lost in the quarterfinals of that particular World Cup. Lost the penalties to Portugal after a 0-0 draw.
45.
Phil Taylor won another world title.
Another 7-0 against Peter Manley.
Wasn't that the year that Barneveld won his last Lakeside?
No, that was the year that Klassen was
Oh, it was
World
Klassen.
champion.
Yeah, I do beg your pardon. Barneveld was in the final but lost to Klassen.
then went over to the Premier League, hit a 9 darter in the space of weeks. It was also the year that the BBC announced that the flagship
100.
TV programme Grandstand was coming to an end.
All good things do come to an end. We've heard recently that the famous sports programme here in the UK, Soccer AM, is coming to an end, which is
105.
kind of sad, but
James requires 76.
that's at its time. I'm sure it'll be replaced with some other great programming. As for the MODUS Super Series, we're here to stay. But who's going to be staying until tomorrow?
60. Ryan, you require
It might
120.
not be Hurrell. There are no guarantees. Not just yet. Doesn't get the range on the 60 this time.
James requires 16.
And it could well be another close match like we had with Hurrell against Vincent.
That's a nice light. Stands up to the top of the bed. Now that makes it awkward. Has to move across. Can he take away? Can he pop one through the middle?
Game
What a
shot on the
dart!
fourth lay. James Hurrell.
What a dart for James Hurrell. And how timely it could be. Because otherwise, Harrington was set
Fifth
fair
leg,
on
it's Ryan to throw
64
first. Game on.
for a 3-1 lead, and he would have been throwing for the match. Note that dart down as one which could change the fortunes of James Hurrell's week.
99.
And it's not a double 10 or a double top either. And yet again, it just looks as if he's working really hard for every
41.
dart that he's thrown. You look at certain players in this table. Thomas. I'm going to put Harrington in that mould now because when he's throwing, it looks like less effort than certain portions of the week. But make no mistake, Hurrell is trying very hard with every visit now.
60.
Playing 5 days straight is not easy. Just ask anybody who's done it over the last couple of years. And it doesn't matter whether it's a 9:30 start time or a 1 p.m. start
45.
time. It's difficult. During the pandemic, when we played at home, we didn't play 5 consecutive days. We played 6. And there were more matches per day as well.
57.
And they were best of 9.
Yeah, they were. They were best of 9 legs. They were tough, tough times.
58.
But if this was easy, everybody would do it. Everybody would want to be here. This is a hard slog over the course of a full week. And that's why the rewards are so great.
100.
I can't remember many times this week where I've seen Ryan Harrington averaging 96.
13.
In fact, his best average so far is just a shade under 96. That happened on Monday. Seems like a long time ago.
Game 1 Monday as well.
$60.
I think if I were Martin Thomas and Stu Wilson watching this, I'd be encouraged by the fact that Hurrell looks like he's struggling. You don't wish
42.
ill on anybody. But when you're in a quest for the top 2 spots, you don't mind if one of your challengers is hitting the wall.
This is like trying to complete the final lap of the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. But the fuel tank
83.
is on red.
Ryan, you require 144.
Looks like the tank is fairly empty for both at the minute. Averages are decent in the match,
40.
but they've been plummeting through this leg.
James, you require 100.
He could do with this in 2. He would take it in 3. It's going to have to be tops. And again.
60. Ryan, you require 104.
They've both missed that shot today now. Ryan did it in his first match, and he might just break James's heart again if he hits double 16 again.
72. James, you require 40.
It's another crucial passage in play. Hurrell wants tops, a double he's been so reliable of this week.
Game shot on
And
the
finds
fifth
it again
lay.
in another
James
crucial
Hurrell.
moment. Breaking the foe of Harrington, leading 3-2. And if he wins one more leg, then he'll find himself 4
Sixth
points
leg, it's
clear
James to throw
of Stu
first.
Wilson in third place.
Game on.
He hasn't got much of a gap between now and his next game either. That game that you mentioned in match 7, Hurrell against Thomas, that will be straight after
85.
Mike Huntley against Jack Vincent. And sometimes when, and I'm just guessing, because when I look at James, I look at someone who is really trying hard. Looks like he's struggling a
57.
little bit. Maybe having a 3-game gap, which is something you can get in this schedule, maybe that's what he needs. He's not chained to this place. He can go for a bit of a walk, get some fresh air, just rejuvenate himself
60.
that way. Maybe that's what he needs. He might need it after game 7.
We'll have like a short gap of about
58.
10 minutes between play after game 6 to welcome our viewers onto Sporty Stuff TV. But how you just sense he needs every single break he can get, and I think you're right in that
100.
out of the players who've played the 5 days, he looks like the one who it looks as if is feeling the effects of it the most.
23.
If we were playing cards, looking at James Hurrell, he looks like he's got the weakest hand. But we may be wrong. Defensive body language in the background here from Ryan. What does that tell you?
100.
Maybe he knows that the end is nigh in this game and the end of his challenge in this group.
58.
His remaining games
James
are
require
Vincent, Huntley and
156.
Thomas. You get the feeling that the only person he can influence in the table is Thomas in game 15.
Because Hurrell has 6 starts to get this game done, and he's going to set up
132.
immaculately to leave double 12. And all Harrington can do is just hit and hope, but that's not going to happen. And so
97.
Hurrell has got
James, you
all
require
manner of
24.
opportunities now to get this done, to move on to 12 points. And double 12
Game,
will
shots,
do it nicely.
And match.
And James
Hurrell.
Hurrell moves one step closer towards finals night tomorrow as he gets the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to 2.
So then James Hurrell has made it 2 wins from 2 this afternoon. He has come through. It was quite an edgy affair at times. I think fatigue is starting to hit in for those players who were involved in Group A earlier this week. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that last game then. It was a 4-2 win in the end, an average just above 86 for Hurrell. Ryan Harrington averaging 83.5. Hurrell hitting 4 of his 12 attempts at the outer ring. Of course, we did see Harrington reel in the big fish, that 170 checkout for a 12-dart leg. And we thought at that point it gave him a 2-1 lead. We thought it may have been a repeat of what we saw in Group A from Harrington when he took on Hurrell. He was averaging well over a ton at that point, but the averages from both slipped as they did start to struggle in that one. Let's have a look at what that does to the league table then. Of course, Hurrell sitting pretty at the top of the table. As we mentioned, maybe a little fatigued, but he won't mind about that at the moment because he is sat on 12 points, looking very, very good indeed. Next up, Michael Huntley against Jack Vincent. Vincent certainly asked questions of Hurrell last time out, didn't he? Took that one to a decider. His opponent was just that little bit more clinical on the outer ring. To see then how this one unfolds, let's hand back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. This one is between two players that may be out of the running. Michael Huntley is now at the precipice of elimination. He's got 4 games left. All he can do is get to 12 points. But all you can see happening is that it will not be enough. Hurrell's already at 12 points. Martin Thomas is on 10. He's got 3 matches to go, and you would fancy the way he's played today, he's going to get at least 1 more win. And don't forget about the fact that Huntley's got a leg difference which is not as good as the top 3. As for Jack Vincent, he's already eliminated.
First
and
leg,
the final
it's
4
Michael to
matches he
throw
plays
first.
with us
Game on.
will just be for pride and for fun.
And of course, he still wants to be playing for something. Of course he does. But you mentioned the word fun. He's now got to try and go out there and enjoy it as much as he possibly can. Embrace the opportunity that he's got in front of this stage, in front of the cameras, in front of the bright lights.
60.
Put yourself in the shot window.
Yesterday, Mike Huntley
85.
got a 4-0 win. I suppose it was his best performance of the day, in a winning sense. Averaged around 87.
100.
Looked fairly comfortable. His doubling was excellent at 4 out of 7. He could do with another display like that. Even if he's not going to qualify
83.
from this position, he could do with leaving us with a few decent displays. And you may ask, why do you think he's in this position? Well, it's pretty simple.
85.
Losing to the Welshman, called Martin Thomas twice, has dented the fender.
81.
Well, effectively, it's been the difference between being in the mix of qualification and now effectively needing snookers to get there. He finds himself 6 points behind and with only 8 points left to play for.
60. Michael, you require 112.
Steady start from Mike, who definitely wasn't pleased with his level of play
80.
back in game 2. A sub-70 average. No player who comes here will be pleased with that.
60. Michael, you require 32.
A little bit to the right, Mike.
Game shot on the first leg.
Maybe you
Michael
should
Huntley.
just follow my instructions. As soon as I said to the right, he hits the shot. 18
Second leg,
darts
it's
is
Jack
good enough
to
for the
throw
first leg.
Game on.
Like the cha-cha slide. Slide to the left. Slide to the right.
55.
Exit stage right. Cha-cha slide. I know what kind of establishments
85.
you tend to hang around now when things like that are on the speakers.
Pop World.
Not for me. The only reason I'd ever get dragged into an establishment like that is if Dave Chisnell was in there.
That'd be a reason to leave, wouldn't it?
No. Dave's great fun.
100.
Dave would have fun at an insurance seminar. He can have fun anywhere Some people are like that.
100.
Including Michael's good friend Barry Bates. If Barry's at a party and you're invited, you know you're going to have a good time.
Barry Bates is
95.
actually the Super Series pool champion.
Elaborate?
So the week that Barry Bates played, and it was in the beginning of January, it was one of the designated seniors weeks, and some of the players who played in the competition
134.
went to play a couple of rounds of pool after the tournament finished here. And Barry Bates,
60.
well, they actually
Jack
bought a
requires
trophy.
77.
And Barry Bates picked up the trophy for that week's worth of players they played in that pool tournament.
So there's no trophy for the Super Series darts, but there is for the pool competition.
Game shot on the second leg. Jack Vincent.
If there was a trophy for leg 2, Jack Vincent would have won it. He's got it in 15 darts.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
When I say trophy, it was one of those that you get, you know, those little mimicky,
It's an egg cup then.
pretty much.
That was actually the
100.
reason that I stopped playing county darts. Back in 2004, I played against Surrey and got man of the match. And my reward was a trophy about
100.
4 inches tall. I was insulted by it, and I thought, is that what I get for going all the way from Northumberland to Surrey?
100.
Didn't play for them again.
Imagine if you didn't win man of the match.
I've still got that trophy, actually. It's my good friend Tony Birtwistle, who
131.
is a firefighter over in Victoria in Australia. He held on to a lot of my trophies when I moved back to England, and he brought them back to me last year. It was very nice of him to do that.
41.
IKEA for the cabinet?
No, they're in the darkness. I don't like to put them on display. The only one I've got on display is the Players' Championship Winners' Trophy. And
60.
there's one other one, Australian Singles from 2007. I'm proud of that one. But you don't get trophies in PDC darts unless you win majors or
140.
European Tour events. You don't get them for floor events. If there were, I'd have 5 trophies.
140. Michael, you require 120.
Shanghai 20s for his own 15 darter.
100.
Not quite.
Jack, you require 70.
Jack could be back if he finds 70 more. Got a very intense look, hasn't he? Oh, that's a bit different.
30.
He went for the old treble 14, double 14. So
Michael,
maybe
you require 20.
with him at the basement of the table, now's the time where he just looks at some different options. Is that a good marker?
15. Jack, you require
You'll have to ask
40.
Mike.
And so tops are 2-1 to Vincent.
Game shot on the third leg.
And a break of
Jack
throw.
Vincent.
In fairness, what we have seen today from Jack has been quite promising. It was an 89
Fourth
in
leg, it's
defeat
Jack
to
to throw
Hurrell.
first. Game
Got a
on.
third of his doubles. Averaging the same here. 2 out of 3 when it comes to the outer ring thus far.
You guys are the same age, aren't you?
Mhm.
Yourself and Jack Vincent.
180.
Gonna be honest, when I was 22, you didn't see many dart players or 22-year-old darts pundits with beards.
68.
I think that's the Luke Humphreys effect, you know. Because I think he had a beard at the age of 12. Only joking, Luke. There was always this one kid at school that had stubble before anybody else.
40.
It's very overrated.
I know, I was that kid.
100.
Just another thing for me to get bullied about in the playground.
Oh, Henry. Look where you are now.
100.
Look who's winning. It's Jack Vincent who's winning. And look what he's doing after 9 darts here.
100.
He's getting a little bit better. Is he starting to feel that freedom?
Amazing what happens when the arm relaxes,
89.
isn't it?
That's the key. That throwing arm from the corner of the shoulder down to the fingertips, if you can relax that as much as possible
140.
before you throw,
Jack required 92.
it has a profound difference. Well, that's a bad dart. That was so low
52.
that if that was a
Michael
quadro
required
board,
93.
he would have got quad 20s to leave double 6. Good recovery.
61.
But now he's staring 3-1 down in the
Jack
face.
required 40.
Tops for that fate.
Been pretty good up here today. Commentator's curse.
30. Michael, you require 32.
Typical of me to say that at the juncture where he just wants to get it hit.
$16.
More exasperation
Jack, you require 10.
for the man in green. And Vincent has double 5, a green double. Now it's another green double.
No score.
That was very
Michael,
messy
you
indeed.
require 16.
And so this for 2 apiece, and you can't say Vincent hasn't had his opportunities.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And level we
Michael
are.
Huntley.
2-2 in this one.
5th leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
I think Huntley can count himself very fortunate to be 2-2.
45.
There are going to be legs that you win like that, but you don't expect them to happen very often.
100.
But what's that going to do for the mentality of Vincent? All those misses, offering leg 4 to his opponent. He's not going to feel good about it.
100.
And saying that winning could be a breeding thing, it could be the same the other way round when you haven't had the results that you would have wanted from your week. You get that sense of, here we go again.
96.
At least he plays in the knowledge that it's not going to happen again tomorrow. At least not here.
180.
It might just be the lifeline that Michael Huntley needs. I don't know whether you caught that in the background, but even he, after
60.
a 180, was shaking his head. What more could you ask for? I don't think I've ever shook my head after hitting a maximum.
28.
That's what we call in the trade as back to normal.
Definitely be shaking his head after that.
He's got every right to.
60. Michael, you require 148.
Jack Vincent's average over the last leg and a bit has shrunk by 10 points. Huntley's has stayed at around 83. He doesn't want to go for the treble 20 because it's blocked.
96.
I think he chose the right option there. Could have also gone for the treble 12.
$97. Michael,
Maybe
you
Huntley's got the
require
number
52.
of Jack Vincent. He didn't allow him a leg yesterday. And he might be taking the lead again.
36.
But Vincent does get a look.
Jack, you require 88.
The breaker throw and a 3-2 lead. Well, that's wild. But that's a good recovery. It gives him a dart at double 16, but it
72.
moves inside.
Michael, you require 16.
Can't get a better marker than that.
Game shot on the 5th
Well
leg.
used. And Huntley
Michael
does take the
Huntley.
lead eventually. But you know for a fact, based on what we saw earlier in the match, Vincent should have been 3-1 up himself, and now he looks at a deficit instead of a big lead.
And he stares down the barrel of defeat, but is there a defiance about JV?
100.
Remember, after this, we'll be joining viewers on Sporty Stuff TV for the remainder of the action.
140.
Which is going to kick off with the top two. James Hurrell up against Martin Thomas. That's going to come up following the conclusion of this particular encounter. Meanwhile, there's plenty of darts elsewhere today
57.
on the PDC Development Tour, where they've reached the first of the finals. It's an all-German affair. Marvin Kraft up against Christopher Tunders.
45.
And it is Tunders who has a 3-2 lead over Kraft with an average of 90.46.
Also
Euro Tour action taking place today. Currently, Ian White finds himself 3-2 up on Jose Justicia.
100.
We'll keep you up to tabs with all of that action as the afternoon goes on here at the Super Series. International Darts Open
58.
taking place today.
$100. $100. Michael, you require 116.
For the match. 16 and tops to seal the win for Michael Huntley.
96.
But it drags just below.
Jack, you require 139.
And so Vincent gets a go at 139. It's going to be one dart at tots, a free apiece.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jack Vincent.
Here's a Hail Mary for Jack Vincent. And 139 to keep his hopes alive. And we go all the way.
7th final leg. It's Michael to throw first.
It's Huntley with the darts.
Game on.
In this 7th and deciding leg.
$100.
What a start. What a response.
140.
From JV. $140. $125. Been some resurgence and defiance from Vincent, who brings the average back up now to 85.
140.
Top 40 for Huntley, though, makes him first to the finish of the darts.
$36. Michael, you require 121.
For the match. He has got 6 from here. Will he go for the bull? Or will he lay up for 18s? Laying up for 18s is what he does. Well, a very warm welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, where we're coming to the conclusion of the game between Michael Huntley and Jack Vincent.
100.
3 apiece between this pair, and it's Huntley
32.
who wants double 16 to win this match with a 13-dart leg. And that is exactly what he does.
Michael
Huntley claims a 4-3 win against Jack Vincent in Group C. That's the end of Game 6. And for viewers on Sporty Stuff TV, to get a full roundup and to get the picture of everything that we've seen, for myself, Henry Deacon, here in the commentary box, we're going to head up to the balcony where Paul Nicholson is alongside Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry, and a very warm welcome to those of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. Michael Huntley coming through a decider there. Does that keep his hopes alive for you? Do you think he's still got an outside chance?
It's an outside chance, but it's really slim now. Even with that victory, I know that he's got a decent leg difference at this juncture, but everybody above him just seems to be in a healthier position. He's going to need some real help.
Yeah, and Jack Vincent, not for the first time this week, found himself in a tricky situation, managed to haul himself back into the match, but unable to get over the line in the end. A superb 139 from him to get himself back level, though.
That was a great finish. I think it teaches us a little bit about what Jack's all about. This is a real learning mission for him this week. I'd like to see him back at some point, but I think incremental improvement is what's needed between now and then. How he gets that is entirely up to him.
Yeah, can we have a little look at the league table then, just to see how things stand at this point? And it's James Hurrell who leads the way at the top of the table. If you were with us yesterday as well, you'll notice Stu Wilson was the man who sat top at the close of Group C play yesterday. He's dropped down to third. Really, really disappointing start to the day's action for him. How much do you think we're going to learn over his next 3 games?
I think we're going to learn a lot about these players in different facets, because there are some players who aren't under pressure and there are players who are under massive amounts of pressure. I think Hurrell is probably under the most. I think he understands that because he's the one who has the biggest reputation and he's the one who's expected to come through. But let's face it, he's at the top of the table. Even though he's not played his best today, he's still winning. And that teaches us something about him. Yeah,
you mentioned fatigue for James Hurrell during his last match. It's a very quick turnaround for him. He's involved in our next match. How do you deal with that when it is such a quick turnaround?
Just dig deep. Simple as that. Put your hand in your pocket and just hope there's something in there. But one thing that he has got in spades is courage. And he's going to need that in a very different way to what's happened to him over the last few years. But he's got it. And when you can still win games like he's done today, it just goes to show that it's there.
Yeah, let's have a look at the results then so far from this afternoon's session. And it started, didn't it, with that victory for Ryan Harrington over Stu Wilson. That's where Stu maybe started to worry slightly, and then he was defeated by Martin Thomas as well. A convincing victory for Martin Thomas. It wasn't actually 0-1, it was actually 4-1 that he won that one by. Martin Thomas did pick up the 2 points from that encounter. What stands out for you? Martin Thomas, it wasn't a superb start to the day. A 4-1 win over Mike Huntley, of course, didn't replicate the level shown in that fixture yesterday, but really upped his game in that second match.
He really did. It was a great start, and he was able to get a vital amount of leg difference back as well. And you've got that double hit. You get the leg difference advantage, but also you're damaging that person's leg difference as well. Those classic 4-pointers here at the MODUS Super Series, they tell a huge story. We might be talking about that game a lot more later today and even tomorrow.
And a word on Ryan Harrington as well before we get into our next match, because I heard him speaking prior to the action getting underway today, and he was saying he's unable to keep his head straight, he's unable to stop it from moving, he's worried about his action a little bit at the moment. What do you think he needs to do? Do you think it's just wipe the slate clean when he leaves you and maybe forget about certain aspects of this week?
Maybe, but look at the positives. He's got the biggest finish of the week. He's got a 170, and he has, even though he admits that his technique is not perfect, he's still doing some damage at certain points. But if there are technical issues, seek the right amount of advice to put that right. His dad is not a bad person to ask.
Certainly not. Right then, let's get back into the action, shall we? It's first against second. Henry Deacon is going to guide you through all the action alongside this man.
Thank you very much, Abby. Great to have your company again, everybody here on Sporty Stuff TV. We joined you with the end of a dramatic match between Michael Huntley and Jack Vincent. Now we see the top two go toe-to-toe. For James Hurrell, he will move himself onto 14 points in the group with a win here. It put him 6 in front of Stu Wilson, and Wilson can only obtain 6 more from that point. It would effectively put him in a position where the Hillbilly would be on the hill in terms of progression through to finals night tomorrow night. Up against him, Martin Thomas, who, if he can claim a win here, will bolster his chances of going through. He'd move on to 12 points. He'd move 4 points clear of Stu Wilson. Your referee for this afternoon's session is Charlie Corsafine, one of the best officials in the world. A man who's graced all the big stages. And talking about a man who's graced all the big stages, Paul Nicholson is sat alongside me in the commentary box.
121.
Most of the big stages anyway, including this one. But this is a big game, isn't it? Middle of the session. Round number 3 starting now. And you have to think, what is the right result for people who aren't playing in this game? Hurrell wins.
62.
He goes 4 clear at the top. And looking very good for qualification again. Thomas wins. He goes to 12 points and he creates the 4-point gap between himself and Hurrell to Stu Wilson in 3rd. If you're Stu Wilson right now, what would you want?
140.
James Hurrell win. Just get him out the picture. I think you're better off playing for one spot you know is within your grasp, a couple of points behind, and having to
58.
fight 2 players in the same amount of points a little bit further along.
I agree wholeheartedly. I'm going to ask you the same question that Abby just asked me. Do you think Huntley's gone?
Yeah. I think
76.
if Martin Thomas wins this game, it could be close to completion. Hurrell wins this, is very much game on. He's done. He's through for me on 14.
James, you require 102.
He can effectively do the job for himself here. Although that single 5 was not kind at all. And so it meant he needed to chase the treble 19 for a dart at tops.
28.
Thomas here at 78 for the
78.
break in the opening leg. Solid start from the pair. And so it's going to be a solitary dart at tops. When it sits low, this is quite nice for him.
38. James, you require 74.
I mentioned he needs courage today. What he wants more than anything else is to get this job done as soon as possible.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's been under
James Hurrell.
somewhat mental pressure almost all of this group.
Second leg, it's
Going
Martin
into
to throw
Group A,
first.
You could easily look at Jacob Taylor and Barry Van Peer and some other people and say,
100.
right, maybe they can harbour some of the pressure of getting through this group. But under no circumstances was anybody under the expectation of Hurrell coming into this. He was expected to get through
57.
and somebody else was going to join him. It still looks that way.
85.
But he wants to just get it done as soon as possible so he can just exhale and think, right, I'm safe.
We mentioned before we joined you here on Sporty Stuff TV
100.
that Hurrell's played the entirety of the 5 days here at the Super Series. So if he can get this done as quickly as possible, he can then try
40.
and conserve some energy maybe later on in the session. Not to say he's not going to give it a good old go, but he won't have to play to that same intensity levels.
You're right, actually, because the intensity that
60.
some players need, it can be debilitating. You get the feeling that Martin Thomas doesn't play with that same intensity. He has a somewhat bouncy step about him. Plays with a bit more of a relaxed attitude. Doesn't mean he hasn't got a bit of gumption in him. He showed that a bit yesterday
100.
towards the end.
Martin, you require 96.
Just stay on that line. Oh, he's going to go 16s.
56.
Now, why would he do that, Henry? Because I think he knows that he'd much rather have a shot at double 14 if he'd got the treble than a shot maybe at double 8.
100. Martin, you require 40.
He doesn't do everything perfect when it comes to the counting,
Game shot on the second leg.
but his double top
Martin
shooting today
Thomas.
has been much improved. And that's one of the reasons why he's got 4 points for the day, alongside Hurrell.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
And a quality opening to this game. 17-16. Both legs won within the space of 6 visits.
81.
Who did you say at the beginning of the week was going to win?
96.
I said Leonard Gates.
Do you stick or twist? Bearing in mind that Leonard's only got 4 points in that table. He is in third position, though.
It's like deal or no deal where I can trade my box.
60.
In a manner of speaking.
I'm going to stick with Leonard because I'm a loyal person. But
No, you're stubborn.
125.
You're just like every commentator on earth in every sport, they're stubborn.
are you trying to suggest that possibly James Hurrell could work his way or Martin Thomas could work their way towards the title tomorrow?
Of course it's a possibility. But you sense, looking at someone like Jacob Taylor,
100.
for instance, that a higher level is going to be needed. And if it's not, they run the risk of losing out in what is a brutal format on Saturday night.
140.
Is it fair to say that we could well see the best finals night under this roof tomorrow night?
It's easy for us to say that because we've got potentially Taylor, Van Peer, possibly these two.
60.
But in
Martin,
order for that to
require
happen, they're going to have to go
140.
great guns compared to some of the finals nights we've already had in this series. Little wry smile there from Martin.
82.
That's worked out okay because, again, he leaves a number that yields a tops at the end of it.
$60. Martin, you require 58.
220s.
Game shot on the
And
third
2-1.
leg. Martin Thomas.
This is more like the Martin Thomas we saw against Huntley yesterday in Game 5.
Fourth
97
leg, it's Martin
average.
to throw first.
67% on doubles. He's not putting a foot wrong.
And in fairness to
81.
Hurrell, as the day's gone on, the numbers have regressed. We mentioned a point in the second game against Ryan Harrington. Where is there a possibility that he's beginning to tire? Well, his first game average was 90.5, his second 86.06,
54.
and midway through game 3, the average for the first time today has dipped below 80.
He has had sub-80 averages this week.
123.
But this is not the time to have one now. Having said that, of the people who are trying to qualify still, he might be the person who is afforded a loss in round 3, whereas the other
100.
two probably aren't.
He's the one who's given himself that little bit more of a cushion, hasn't he? But in
97.
this format, that cushion can be, well, the rug can be pulled beneath your feet very quickly.
Let's have a look at what James Hurrell's got to come. This portion of the day
60.
is vitally important to him. And it's very easy for us to say that. But if you look at the fixture he's got now and the fixture he's got next, they're
100.
both players in the top 3 of the table. They're both players who are trying to hunt him down. Stu Wilson is his opponent in Game 10. And he will finish up
100.
after having a 3-game
Martin,
break
require 100.
post-Game 10 against Mike Huntley. Another.
80.
That's quite
James
unfortunate.
require 147.
Most darts that he hits there on that first shot will nestle in the tops. That one did not.
55. Martin,
So
you
for a 3-1
require
lead,
20.
double 10. 5s.
Awkward.
Game shot on the fourth
Not so
leg.
awkward.
Martin Thomas.
Now it's 3-1. And Thomas is on the cusp of the top of the table.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Because he could be on the verge of switching the leg difference around with Hurrell. As it stands,
125.
James is on +9, Thomas on +5. But a 4-1 victory, and all of a sudden,
140.
it's the Welshman at the top.
The old switcheroo. And suddenly it'd be Hurrell that is in peril.
But he would still have a 4-point gap over
81.
Stu Wilson. And this is what I mean about having that little buffer that you mentioned. If you have a 4-point gap over someone,
45.
compound their pain when you play them. Funnily enough, if James goes on to lose this game, the right result for him next is for Huntley to beat Stu Wilson, and then for James to beat Stu after that. That would eliminate him.
140.
What do you
Any
think?
victory against Stu will be enough.
Yeah, you think about it a little bit more.
140. James
As these
requires
fixtures go on.
155.
It's not the worst position for James, even if he loses this game.
It's effectively got 2 bites of the cherry.
65.
But it's, if he comes to those walls twice and comes out of it the wrong end twice, that's when it becomes
100.
very dangerous
James
territory for the
requires
hillbilly.
90.
Stay straight on 220s. Now he's got to recover. And can't, so Thomas has a chance for that 4-1 victory.
30. Martin requires 76.
Down for the 16s.
That's not the worst miss either. He's still got a shot at top, so he hasn't. What happened there?
36.
That's the worst dart that's maybe been thrown all week by anybody.
And so
James
Hurrell
requires
gets
60.
another go at this 60. Probably an opportunity he didn't expect. 2 at tops. And he's been so good here this week.
20.
But it doesn't come up trumps
Martin
when he's
required
needed it the
40.
most. And so Thomas, the target that Hurrell's just missed. Can he find a way? He's had to move across to the right.
Game,
and he
shot,
finds a
and the
route in.
match. Martin
And it's Martin Thomas who now goes to the top of the Group C table by getting the better James Hurrell by 4 legs to 1. It's 2 tied at the top on 12 points.
Martin Thomas that sends him top of the table. We can have confirmation of that in a little moment, but let's have a look through some of the stats first, shall we, from that game. We mentioned fatigue for James Hurrell, didn't we, a little while ago? Maybe that replicated in the form there. Martin Thomas, though, an average in excess of 91 in that match. His level has just improved every single game. Of course, his opening game with a 70 average, just below 90 in game 2, but there you can see it's up above 91 with 4 out of 10 on the outer ring. Before we have a little look at the league table, here's a promo for our Saturday nights here at the Super Series. And let's have a look at the league table, shall we? This is the standings as we find it right now. Here we are. There's the league table. And it is, of course, James Hurrell now in second place, having been defeated by Martin Thomas last time out because of Thomas's superior leg difference. Next up, we've got Stu Wilson against Michael Huntley. Of course, Wilson started the day top of the table, and he was the 4-2 winner when these two players met yesterday with a 104 out to get over the line with a 15 dart leg. He had 50% checkout success in that match, but it's been a very different Stu Wilson so far today, hasn't it? Can he get back up to the level that he showed yesterday in this one? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. Michael Huntley up against Stu Wilson. And, well, he's seen a result which really probably doesn't help him in the context of the grouping. Martin Thomas beating James Hull, because now he's got 2 players 4 points in front of him in the group. Effectively, it's must-win territory every game from here, as far as Wilson's concerned, after losing his first 2 matches of the session.
We always say that breaks have profound effects. But what about the break in between sessions called sleep? If this was a group where you'd play 10 games in a session, maybe Stu Wilson would have qualified by now. But this is a very different day, where Michael Huntley is 6 points behind the top 2, and Stu Wilson is 4 points behind.
First. Game on.
Must-win territory, you are absolutely correct. But more so for Stu Wilson for me. Even if Huntley wins this, it's still a massive ask
85.
to get to the top 2, but at least he's got some hope. And the only reason he has that hope is because the last leg of his last match was really
60.
good.
Yeah, got the better of Jack Vincent by 4 legs of 3. It was a affair that kind of swung one way, then the other.
77.
Vincent hit that 139 to send us all the way. You felt the momentum in that one would swing in JV's favour, but Huntley dug in and
100.
stuck with the task and managed to carve out a win. Huntley was a part of the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in February, and the dates for the 2024 edition
100.
have just been announced. It's going to take place between the 15th and 18th of February in 2024 at the Circus Tavern.
60.
But Thornton will be looking for a hat-trick of titles in that particular competition.
85.
I don't think he'll want to let that trophy go anytime soon. He's getting used to having that on the mantelpiece.
140. So you require 154.
I've got a good nickname for Stu Wilson, by the way. I know he's called Phoenix.
60. Michael, you require
Should call him Disco.
141.
Disco Stu from The Simpsons.
Taking us 5 days to get there.
Yeah, it's good. Disco Stu.
97. Stu, you require 94.
Here's Simpsons reference. Chuckles.
There's
I'm in danger.
There's plenty of them if you want a few more.
29. Michael, you require 44.
Michael is looking to stay in the hunt with double 16.
28.
There's been too much of that
So you
today.
require 65.
That's a good first start. 2 dots at tops.
Game shot
And
the
exactly
first
what
leg.
Stu Wilson
Stu
needed.
Wilson.
A nice clean kill for a good holding start in 20 darts.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
But is it fair of me to say that he's not playing at the same level as yesterday? Especially at this point, where on Thursday he
100.
was starting to average in the 90s. Today, it's been 81 and 74. A significant decrease, unfortunately, for the man from Lancashire.
100.
What are we putting that down to, do you think?
You'd have to ask him. When it comes to day 2, we can't put it down to tiredness.
180.
It's not going to be a fatigue factor. When you look at him, he looks fairly fresh. Darts is a fickle sport.
140.
Sometimes it can be the smallest things that keep you from playing your best.
80.
I don't think his first dart has been as good as yesterday. I will say that.
85. Michael, you require 141. 43.
Just make sure you can join us a little bit later on as well from 10 p.m. because Group B action yesterday and into the early hours of Friday, it didn't disappoint.
60.
You're going to see Diogo Portela,
98.
Lisa Ashton, Leonard Gates, Jacob Taylor, and Justin Hood all going for 3 spots.
So you require
in the Saturday
116.
57 for tops. It's on.
76.
That was a good attempt.
Michael, you require 40.
It was good. But he might get another go.
Game shot on the second
he won't.
leg.
Huntley levels up at
Michael
1
Huntley.
apiece.
You mentioned the World Senior Championship that Mike Huntley was in back in February.
Third leg, it's Stu to throw
How do you
first.
think he felt about his
Game on.
performance against Keith Deller?
I think he would have been disappointed. Look, there was a big moment for him to play in front of that sort of arena. It was kind of his first
60.
real big foray in front of that kind of stage, that kind of crowd, that kind of championship. And look, sometimes it can be an occasion that can
60.
pass you by. And I think what would be more disappointing from his perspective is the amount of hard work that he put in to get to that stage. And once he
58.
went there, and the game itself, he felt he probably should have won in the end. It was a scrappy encounter in the end with Keith Deller.
85.
No, it's fair to say it wasn't the best match of the first round, but it was still compelling viewing. Ultimately, in the next round, Deller would lose to Neil Duff, who
180.
played very, very well. How good was that 180 from Stu Wilson? All 3 points. Almost doing a
100.
T1000 there, where all the points just moulded together. Is he starting to get this?
100.
The concentration of those darts together is getting much better in this game. I get the feeling that Huntley is starting to take
So you
notice.
require 103.
Suddenly something might have clicked here. Has that sneaked its way in? If it has, it's double 19.
84. Michael, you require 116.
So 116, a middle of the range shot. You won't be able to group here. Well, you might be able to, and it might be a nice guide. But visibly disdained by that second dart.
42. So you require 19.
Treacherous small conversion this.
Game
You
shot on
wouldn't
the
think
third
so.
leg. Stu
That was a
Wilson.
masterful take from Stu. Halfway point for him. But you have to say, in this
Fourth
game,
leg,
it
it's
looks
Michael
like
to
he's
throw
playing
first.
better,
Game on.
but he's still only averaging 82. This is not the kind of standard that is going to win this week. You look at players like Barry Van Peer and Jacob Taylor, they will
60.
gobble this up and spit it out more than once.
To even be competitive amongst that field, it's got to be 90 plus as a minimum.
Oh, it has to be. Just look at what Taylor's done this week.
140.
He's averaged close to 94 for the week. And if anything, when put under a
100.
little bit of pressure last night and into the early hours of today, he was even better. I'm just going to work out Jacob Taylor's average
121.
for yesterday, just in case everybody wants a little bit of information.
$180.
94.87. What does that tell you about 4 matches from the Canadian? It shows that he's at a
100.
ridiculously
Michael, you
good
require
standard every
161.
day. And these players in the middle of the road
59.
in Group C
So you
are
require
dreaming of the standard of
140.
Jake Taylor right now.
I'm going to ask you a question on that in the next leg. Wilson looks to set up as handily as he possibly can.
160.
That'll do the job.
Mark, you
Double 12
require
after 12.
102.
Huntley 102. To level this game back up. Paul's eye would have left double 16, and so Wilson will return
70.
for double 12.
So you require 24.
To break and to open up a 3-1 lead.
That's an ideal guide for the way his darts fly.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
3-1 is a very fair
Wilson.
result, I feel. Because that was a really good 14 darter, which hikes his average by a good 5 points.
Fifth leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
And we're seeing the likes of Jacob Taylor come over to England to play in the Super Series. We're seeing the likes of Leonard Gates do well here. We've seen Raymond Smith, the defending champion, of
100.
course, of this particular competition. And we're going to see some ADC Oceanic qualifiers from the beginning of May. We'll talk a little bit more about them in
100.
due course. But the more we're getting these players come over from different parts of Europe and different parts of the world, how much is this driving the standard up in general? And the players who may have played here in the past, how much are they thinking, well, we've now got to push our level on a little
59.
bit more?
They have to. You're going to see a lot more new faces in Super Series 4 than you possibly have in Super Series 3.
83.
What we've seen in this series are a lot of players who've excelled at Challenge Tour and ADC level domestically.
60.
And there's been a small smattering of players from overseas. But that's going to change when you introduce
100.
players like Mal Cumming from Australia and Jeremy Fagg. I can say from experience, because I've seen Jezza play up close, he's very useful.
60.
And Mal's pretty good as well. You have not seen anywhere near what he can do on the World Series and World Championships. Mal Cumming is a
60.
lot better than you think.
And the ADC did confirm this morning that they will be playing in the first couple of weeks in May. We are going to see them in Series 4.
58. Michael, you require 158.
5-8 for Huntley to extend this match. Not going to happen, so Wilson will have the opportunity to get the job done here. See the 4-1 victory.
98.
We wanted
So you
10 points, but
require
also importantly, it's given a
164.
3-leg hit on James Hurrell as well. And put him on to +9 with Hurrell on +6, but 164 isn't going to happen this time, and so Huntley
46.
60 for 3-2, and to
Michael, you
obtain the
require
break
60.
back.
Game shot
that's
on
a
the
great
fifth
shot,
leg.
isn't it? Top
Michael
corner.
Huntley.
But it's really important for Wilson to get this win. I can't stress it enough. If he can... Now, leg
Sixth
difference
leg, it's
is a
Michael to throw
byproduct at the
first.
minute. It's more
Game
about
on.
the points right now. Get the points here, get to 10, and then stop Hurrell getting to 14 and yourself getting to 12.
43.
And this is all before Martin Thomas plays again. By the time Martin plays in game 11, it might be 12 points for all three of them.
60.
In the words of Mr. Burns, excellent. That's what we want.
100.
To quote the Simpsons paraphrase in that Wilson and Hurrell game, Martin Thomas would hope they'd both lose.
125.
I really wanted to get a McBain reference in today for my friend Ian Danta. Great radio broadcaster. Maybe I will at some
40.
point.
You had the opportunity there. You said you wanted to work it in. You could have worked it in from there.
Well, how about it this way? This one is far from being darts by the textbook, but what would McBain do? He'd point the gun and say, by
60.
book. Just like that.
That is how you get a reference in live on air.
We used to have a little bit of fun with a German dart player called Robert Marjanovic because he looks like Milhouse. And every time he won a game, we'd say
125.
everything's coming up Millhouse. And he loved it.
Likes it a bit better than Owen Binks does.
No, he's grimy. He's Frank Grimes. He's not grimy, as in
140.
being full of grime. Just to set the record straight.
No, because he's very much a Coldplay fan, which is the exact opposite.
60. Stu, you require 116.
Well, is Stu going to disco his way to a 4-2? That's got a bit of a ring to it. Disco Stu gets a 4-2.
$60. Michael, you require 133.
It's to save it. Still very much on. But he cannot find the treble 19. So Wilson does return for that 56 for the win.
93. Stu, you
Can't mess
require
around either.
56.
Otherwise, he runs the risk of being embroiled. Double top.
Game,
And
shots,
exactly
and
what
the
he
match.
wanted.
Stu Wilson.
4-2 brings the race to the 4 at the halfway point of the Group C action on Friday. It's Stu Wilson 4, Michael Huntley 2.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. It would be a pleasure to have you here tomorrow evening. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. But back here in Group C, Stu Wilson has just recorded a really, really important victory. His first one of the day. Let's have a look at some of the numbers from that victory over Michael Huntley. The averages, not much separating them in that department. Wilson with just the more clinical finish. 4 out of 8 on the outer ring, 50% checkout success for him in that one. 3 180s in the contest as well. Michael Huntley, now though you feel he is out of the running for finals night. Let's have a look at the league table for confirmation of that. It probably is now just that 3-horse race. Stu Wilson hauling himself back in contention, just 2 points behind James Hurrell and Martin Thomas, who leads the way at the top of the table. Next up, Jack Vincent and Ryan Harrington in action. It is, of course, the 5th time this week that these two have met, having previously been involved in Group A action, and it is currently 2 wins apiece in this particular contest. Harrington with a 4-1 win when they met yesterday. He just carved out more opportunities at the back end of legs and had 40% checkout success in that one. Who's going to claim the 2 points this time around? Let's rejoin our commentary team to find out.
I don't know who's going to win this game. They don't know, but who has got the better confidence coming into it? Maybe it's Ryan Harrington. Maybe it's Jack Vincent after showing little bits of form in his previous match against Huntley, where he did have a 139 checkout. But the reason that these two are not going to grace Saturday night is because for the last 4.5 days, they have not picked up enough points. It's as simple as that, Henry.
Yeah, 2 players who have had their moments, have had their flashes, but consistency has been the reason why they are placed in the position where they are now. The bottom 2 in the table, and they're effectively now playing for pride. Playing for an invite back here.
First leg, it's Jack
at the
to
Super
throw
Series.
first. Game
In Series 4, and we know that it's going to be a stacked field for that 4th series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so, to be a part of it, you're going to have to show something a little bit special.
85.
We have seen smatterings of special from these two, but They have been quite rare
59.
for quite a lot of darts that they've thrown. Two of the biggest finishes of the week, the 139 that we mentioned from Vincent and a 170 today from Ryan Harrington.
100.
But if we are going to be brutally honest, it's not enough. There are so many players knocking on the door that if you are going to come back, you may have to do something special
34.
elsewhere.
And credit to Jack Vincent, because he's the first player who has qualified twice courtesy of the ADC route. So obviously something's happening in amongst them
60.
competitions, and it's the next stage of his development has to be now. If it's to be another appearance, whether it be direct invite, whether it be via ADC, is to when he's next on this
96.
particular stage, is to kick on and find that extra gear.
But I wouldn't demand it too quickly.
60.
What I want for Jack is to go away from this, take stock, and understand that this is just part of his development.
60.
He might not become the player that he wants to be for another 10 years. He's 10 years younger than his opponent in this game.
40.
Use the experience and continue with your impeccable temperament, because he does already have elite level qualities.
43. Jack, you require
Don't forget that.
156.
I think he's the type that can take this type of experience with a pinch of salt and then move on from it.
45.
He'll take the good bits, but I don't think he will dwell too much on the negatives, except for the ones that he will need to harness his ability to move himself forward.
59. Jack, you require 111.
What I'm going to do as far as Jack's concerned is I'm going to remember everything he's done this week. And the next time I get the chance to watch him at a place like this, I will
87. Ryan, you
grade
require
him in my own head to
150.
see if he has improved. So time will tell. Ryan Harrington going for bullseye first. I don't mind a bit of that, you know. I've seen people go
100.
bullseye first on a
Jack,
150
you
checker in more
24.
important games than this.
Is your voice still recover from the Simon Whitlock one?
Oh, yeah, that was great. Enjoyed it.
Game shot on the first
Jack
leg.
enjoyed that.
Jack Vincent.
And you know what? I'll tell you a little tale. 2010 Australian Open semi-final against Dennis
Second
Priestley.
leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
I'm in a
Game
match-winning
on.
position to take on Mark Hilton in the final. I've got 3 darts at tops. Dennis Priestley's got 150 left. He goes bull first.
47.
It puzzled me. And it worked. I missed the shots at tops and he won the match. Mastery from Dennis Priestley got me in the head.
96.
I shouldn't have looked. And I didn't defend my title and I was devastated. And that was actually Dennis Priestley's last
140.
ranked PDC title. 2010 Australian Open at Revesby. Beat Hilton in the final.
One of the trophies you've kept?
60.
I do have an Australian Open trophy. That was my first PDC ranked event. They actually had a trophy made for me because there wasn't
100.
one actually for the tournament. But a friend of mine from down in South Australia, Craig Atts, had a trophy made for me because he made trophies. Which is quite handy.
140.
I still have that one. I do have that one on display in my darts room next to the Australian singles and the Players' Championship trophy.
58.
Have you got any accolades at anything?
I do have a couple, yes. I do have a couple of...
What have you got? Come on, tell me.
Couple of journalism awards.
Oh, that's
60.
good.
Ryan, you require 156.
One Hampshire FA Young Coordinator of the Year or something like that. It's a nice little crystal trophy. It's on the mantelpiece at home.
82. Jack, you require
Nothing wrong with that.
145.
You never know. Sometime in the future, you might get Sports Presenter of the Year. I wouldn't mind getting what Alan McCoy's did recently. Sports Pundit of the Year. Maybe one day.
109. Ryan, you require
What a lovely last start
74.
that was from Jack. He's showing his prowess on the approach shots now. He's using different portions of the board. Double 16.
42.
Well, Jack, you left
Jack, you require
double
36.
18 after a treble 11, and it was on purpose.
A purpose and a poise, but a miss on the double 18.
Game shot on
But
the second leg.
a tricky little switch
Jack
to double 9.
Vincent.
It was all right for Jack Vincent. He leads 2-0.
You mean the tricky switch, as we call it?
As we
Third
call
leg, it's
it.
Jack to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, certain statements just follow you around. And I'm sure that when I decide to retire from this sport, that there will be things said about
83.
me, maybe positively or negatively. But when you say something like, as we call it, that is definitively Harrington.
180.
There's certain things they say about me, but they don't say it to my face, and apparently they're not allowed to be aired.
135. $27.
Probably one of the reasons why we haven't done a backstage documentary yet.
Oh, no one wants to see that.
Oh, they do. I don't think there's been a decent darts documentary yet.
97.
You never know, we could be on the cusp of one. I know the PDC have been doing one about the Premier League. But imagine a really raw one.
100.
With honest interviews, honest reactions to loss, that kind of thing. That would be interesting for people to see.
Well, you can't be a good raw and uncut, can you?
Yeah, every now and again.
150.
Oh, beautiful. He's definitely playing with a bit more freedom now. More impressive shots in this game than we've seen all day.
35. Jack, you require 36.
Is he going to go for the tricky switch again?
What, as we call it?
Yeah.
Game shot on the third leg. Jack
Bit of
Vincent.
deja vu right there. It was exactly the same as the previous leg. But one thing is different. That little
Fourth leg,
ticker's
it's
gone
Ryan
over
to
to
throw
3
first.
instead of 2.
Game on. $60.
It's a good job we don't have a dicky ticker. I bet you don't remember what sitcom that's from.
I was wondering where you were going there.
It's in a French accent.
58.
An old lady in
Hello,
bed with
hello?
an ear. Yes, well done. Ding, ding, ding. Bingo for Henry Deacon. That was one of the best ones.
45.
Particularly used to like the French policeman who couldn't speak French. Maybe that's what we should say every morning when we start. Good morning.
140.
Don't know if Owen Binks is here. That's usually the case, isn't it?
Good morning.
Well,
60.
maybe not good moaning when Owen's here, just moaning.
He's not a moaner, is he? Oh, actually, if you ever see the production crew video when you get to know us a little bit better, we all say that Owen is the biggest moaner.
76.
It's justified.
Which in fact means that his walk-on song should not be from Coldplay. It should be by Kyle MacLachlan, a song called Hey Mona.
59.
I'll play that one for you later. Jack Vincent could well be getting a 4-0 victory. He's
100.
definitely starting to relax. And a 1-2-7 separates him from a confidence-boosting win, which would take him one place up the table to 5th position. And Ryan
40.
will go down to last
Jack
place.
required 127.
1-2-7 for the game. Go on, Jack. Ah. He just wanted to hear the
91.
call.
He just wanted to leave double 18 again. He's at 2 double 9s in this game, meaning he's missed double 18 twice.
134. Jack to require 36.
Looks like Ryan is out of gas.
No score. Ryan, you require
Vincent hasn't hit the mark yet.
103.
86 left. Double 16.
87.
And another chance for Jack to finish the job.
Jack to require 36.
Well, he's left double 18 a lot, but he hasn't hit it yet. Until
Game,
now,
shot, and the
because that
match.
first start
Jack
was the most
Vincent.
succulent guide for the second. And Jack Vincent seals a win over Ryan Harrington and does so 4-0. And so he moves up to 5th in the table. Next up for us is the top of the table clash, Stu Wilson against James Hurrell.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
So then it was a 4-0 victory for Vincent in our last match. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that one then. His second win in Group C, of course, an average north of 82 in that one with 4 out of 10 on his doubles. Ryan Harrington with just the 2 chances at the outer ring, missing both of them. It was a 72.79 average for him in that one. Let's have a look at the league standings heading into our next game then, because it is a huge one at the top of the table. It's Stu Wilson and James Hurrell who are in action. A key contest because Wilson has the opportunity to join Hurrell and Thomas on 12 points with a win. But if Hurrell is able to pick up the points, he will be through to finals night, because he will not be able to be caught then by Stu Wilson, who would remain on 10 points. So a really, really huge match. Stu Wilson, of course, getting his first victory of the day last time out. Not quite able to reach the level shown yesterday, but that victory is all important. Can he back that up? Can he begin to up his level in this one against James Hurrell, who, of course, Nico said a little bit earlier on, maybe struggling slightly with fatigue towards the back end of what has been a long week of action. Let's get back into the action then and hand back to our commentary team.
Well, thank you very much, Abby. And so, this is the key battle. Stu Wilson wins this game. He will go directly to the very top of the table. James Hurrell, who a couple of games ago, his position in terms of this league standings was very, very healthy. Well, now things could be very, very precarious. If he wins, he opens up a 4-point gap on Stu Wilson, and Wilson would only have 2 more points to accrue, and so he would go through. So, big, big moments coming up here. It's either game on or game over as far as the Hillbilly's concerned.
Almost the same for Stu Wilson as well, because imagine this scenario. He loses
First
to
leg,
Hurrell.
it's Stu to throw first. Game
He stays on 10 points. Martin Thomas beats Jack Vincent next. Stu Wilson's out. It will be done and dusted potentially in the next 2 games. The pressure has not been greater on Stu all group.
39.
He must beat Hurrell. Ideal scenario for James.
60.
It's in your hands. You do your job here. You hope that Martin Thomas stays undefeated for the day, and then you can relax in round 10. In the thought
140.
that the job is done and you are going to Saturday again. We do have a couple of dead rubber games potentially,
32.
but we will enjoy them just the same. Ryan Harrington has got 2 more games to play. I think his motivation is to get off the bottom of the table now.
140.
It has to be, and he's really only going to do it via points, the legs difference, because of the heavy scoreline in way of victory for Jack Vincent makes
43.
doing it on legs difference just that little bit more tricky with a couple of games to go. But it's Wilson who's come out the traps the stronger here with the darts. Oh, yet to hit a big
100.
treble as of yet. Right, so Wilson, visits of ton 40, ton, has left him on 82 after 12.
This is the experience of Hurrell that he can use.
180.
That 180 is tremendously
So
done.
you require 82.
But he knows in these formats that when you don't have the darts in the first leg, you need to just get yourself in a rhythm. If you can't break him immediately, just do it later if you get the chance, because that's a good sign for the man from Preston. A 15-dart start. That's maybe the strongest start he's made to any game today.
$140.
As for James Hurrell, we've seen a decline in terms of the averages as the day has gone on. Started off 90.52 average, 4-3 when he's Jack Vincent. High quality affair, that one. We thought there's something there. 4 out of 5 on the doubles as well. Beats Ryan Harrington 4-2, 86.06. It's a good enough average. But then we saw the drop to 80.5 in that 4-1 defeat to Martin Thomas.
I tell you who's had a good day so far. A young player from Germany that you may never have heard of. A certain Christopher Tunders has just won the first development tour title of the year, beating Marvin Kraft, another German youngster,
100
in the final. The German influx may have only just begun. People who did well in that tournament, the likes of Luke Littler making the quarterfinals, Bradley Brooks.
140. James,
one of the form players in world darts
161.
right now. He only made the quarters. Nathan Rafferty lost in the semis. But a strong start for Tunders in the development tour season.
66. So you require 121.
This would be bruising. It would be for a break. And it's the ideal start again. Somebody's getting it together.
96. James, you require 95.
We all held our breath when that bullseye shot was going in, but it doesn't register the right target. That's 88 left, James.
$47.
What a chance.
So you require
Phoenix.
25.
He has been in the ashes most of the day, and he's starting to rise.
And pick your moment to pull in your best performance of the day. 14 darter, 2-0 lead. Knack of the back of a 15 in the first. It's taken it 29 legs to get to the halfway point in this match. And James Hurrell hasn't even been afforded a darter double yet.
40.
Hurrell's last game is against Mike Huntley. That's in game 14. I just wonder what he's going to be confronted with when that game begins.
135.
Here's his problem, because he has another one, Henry. If he loses heavily here, Stu Wilson might be in the distance by then. This is where leg difference is in play in real time. I thought at no point would Hurrell not qualify. But right now, this is looking dicey.
Right now, he has got to hope that his county teammate, Jack Vincent, does him more than enough favours, because it is Vincent who takes on his two direct rivals
60.
before Hurrell plays again.
Yeah, good point. There are no friends in the practice room when games are on, but I might have to retract that statement. Even though James has got everything still in his own hands if he can recover, Jack Vincent is his best mate.
98.
And it's probably a good thing for him that he's just done Harrington 4-0, because his confidence may not have been this high this week.
You can actually make a potential case for Jack Vincent being
140.
one of the players of the day. Because you look at his averages so far, 89 in defeat to Hurrell, then an 84 in defeat to Huntley, and then in that 4-0 win against Harrington, an average of 82. He's playing at the level to be competitive in those games.
3. Stu, you require 161.
Maybe a sign that James has hit the wall a little bit. And take it from someone who has hit the wall more than once in his career, it's a horrible feeling.
65.
Darts becomes very hard.
It's hard enough to battle against an opponent. It's even worse when you've got to try and battle against yourself.
I really want him to hit this 171 now, after a 3.
123. Stu, you require
Still a pretty
96.
good approach. Struggling with his right hand potentially. Seems to be fanning out those fingers a lot. He's got the first double.
56.
He hasn't got the second
James,
one.
you require 84.
And so Hurrell, to attain a break back and to stay in the match, he's going to have to rely, well, possibly on a single dart of the bullseye. The little red bit in the middle of the board.
59.
Comes
So
and
you
goes.
require
This is a
40.
3-0, and this is becoming very jeopardised for James Hurrell.
That is a bad guide.
20.
That's where you've got to understand what your darts are doing when they hit the board.
James, you require 25.
Stu really should have gone to his right by maybe 6 inches just to open up the top of that bed. Maybe he could see a little bit more that we could, but ultimately the chance has been missed. That hurts. It leaves 11. Double 4.
Game
That
shot
is a
on the third
heroic
leg.
double.
James Hurrell.
He's not playing well, but he's still scrapping away, and you just don't know how valuable that leg could
Fourth
be.
leg, it's James to throw first.
But now, because it's a break of throw,
Game on.
he can possibly mount an assault on Stu's position.
That 3-4 conversion is quite possibly, when you consider what he's been through and what he's going through, could well be one of the most courageous darts of the
39.
week. Because when that single 14 went in, that was a true hit the wall moment, because his mind was caught between a rock and a hard place. He was trying to recalibrate, trying to work everything out. And when
100.
you're in a position where you are effectively shattered after playing 5 days worth of darts, one small thing can possibly break you. But he held resilient in that
43.
moment.
And that was a leg where he scored 3 in a scoring visit. He still won the leg. What has that done to Stu's
85.
confidence? Is it just a temporary reprieve for the hillbilly?
You don't just get the England captaincy by accident. You've got to have a manner of things about your character to attain such a position. And when you're out there in the trenches, if you want one person to battle for you,
140.
it would be James Hurrell. Because no matter what the scenario, No matter what the situation is, he will give absolutely everything. And if there's any more left, he'll give that too.
100.
Not really sure how that last start went in, but it did. These guys had a ding-dong yesterday. It was very different to this match. Hurrell won by 4 legs to 2.
96.
It was littered with quality. That was the game that Wilson went out of the traps and averaged 111 in the first 2 legs, but he ended up losing the next 4. Look what happened in this game. He won the first 2 legs. He ended up losing leg 3. He'll be hoping that the same does not befall him again.
Are you saying we're entering the realms of darts Jarvu?
I think that one belongs to Wayne, doesn't it, that saying?
Yeah. I'll just stick with Breakathlon.
60. Stu, you require 76.
Let's put it this way. Stu does not want to go down the same road as he did yesterday. Double top.
Game shot on the fourth
And we aren't
leg.
going down that road
Stu
because he's now
Wilson.
3-1 up. Everything that happened in leg 3 is forgotten. And Wilson breaks back immediately.
Fifth leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
And if he now serves it out, welcome to the melee that is Group C.
The abacus can be found from underneath the table.
60.
But it is
I haven't used it in ages. It's got dust on it. I don't know why you're looking under the counter, Henry. It's a metaphorical abacus.
Can you tell I've lost the plot?
140.
There's no plot under there either. Don't worry. He's still looking, everybody. He's quite easy to fool.
Well, tomorrow will be fun then.
Next thing you know, I'll be sending you for some tartan paint.
140.
Luckily, B&Q closes in a bit.
You didn't get that, did you? You can't get tartan paint, Henry. How can you get paint of multiple colours? I should have sent you for some sky hooks or a long stand.
Someone help me, please.
Well, sometimes when you're on the
60.
hockey, that's what you say to yourself. But nobody can help you out there. You can only help yourself.
140.
And when you consider the darts that he's thrown in this match, this is another one of those heroic efforts from Hurrell. I'd go 17s here.
100.
For me,
James
that 60 was
requires
blocked for him, so the
121.
17s was the play.
And he doesn't ensure a secondary shot at the bullseye. So all he can do is try and square up as handily as he possibly can. And
81.
hope
Stu, you require
this 141 doesn't go from Stu Wilson. If it does, it may well be shot of the week.
Chance is gone.
125.
But for how long?
James, you require 40.
He's only had 2 shots at a double this whole match. Wilson's had 8. It can't let him down now. Not now.
No score.
But for what seems like the first time this week, a 40 conversion
So you require
doesn't happen
16.
for Hillbilly. And that reaction tells you everything.
He stared that board down, wondering how that didn't go in. He walks back to the hockey, trudges his way back, and he has the hope
Game,
And hope
shots,
is
and the
possibly
match.
what
Stu
Hurrell may well be
Wilson.
restricted to, because from a position of authority, he is now lurking over his shoulder. He's now lurking behind him. Stu Wilson moves to the top of the table. Hurrell now back into third place.
Well, Stu Wilson seems to be recovering the situation very well indeed here at the Super Series in Group C, doesn't he? Back-to-back victories for him. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that last game. A 92 average from him in that one, having lost his opening 2 games of the day, upped his level somewhat. And last time out was back closer to the level he was performing at yesterday, the level that saw him, of course, amass 8 points from the first day of action. 4 out of 9 on the outer ring. As for Hurrell, just pinning 1 of his 5 attempts at a double in that one. Tops letting him down like it hasn't really done all week up until now. Let's have a look at the league standings then, because that does shake things up at the top of the table. Stu Wilson returns to top spot. All 3 players, of course, in with a chance of making it through to tomorrow night's finals night, now on 12 points. And this next match is another crucial one, because the man sat second with a +8 leg difference. Martin Thomas is taking on Jack Vincent. A victory here for him would take him back to the top of the table, of course, and become the first player on to 14 points. But Jack Vincent was the 4-1 winner when these 2 players met yesterday. Thomas missing 11 darts at a double in that one, but he's really raised his level, hasn't he, throughout the course of today's play. Can he keep at that level that he showed last time out to get himself onto 14 points in the table and put 1 foot maybe into finals night? Let's rejoin Nico and Henry to guide you through all the ebbs and flows of this one.
Yeah, cheers, Abby. And so Martin Thomas can put himself 2 points clear of James Hurrell. And as we enter the midway point of round 9, that is a huge gap at the top of the table. It's effectively then making it a playoff between Stu Wilson and James Hurrell for that final spot. But this man here, Jack Vincent, has got a huge say in who goes through and who goes into Saturday night's finals. He has 2 matches remaining here at the Super Series against Martin Thomas and against Stu Wilson. Time to make your mark, Jack. You may not be able to get to Saturday night's final, but you may be able to stop somebody else from getting there.
A little bit of calisthenics and a bit of boxing before this one from Martin Thomas. Time to go to work.
Gets Martin to throw first. Game on.
But you're absolutely right. Jack is going to have a massive say. But here's the thing. We've had a lot of fluctuations in this group, but one thing rings true for Friday.
140.
Thomas hasn't lost. If that continues, he will sail through to Saturday night.
59.
And if he wins this game, he'll go to 14 points with 2 players behind him. If he loses, 3 players tied with 1 round to go, then it really is abacus time.
Shall I look under the desk again?
Here's the thing that Martin knows in his own mind. If he wins this, he knows exactly what he needs to do when it comes to his game with Ryan Harrington in game 15. I think of everybody,
100.
He's got the best position. You know how on a poker table, you have this thing called the dealer button? The closer you are to the dealer button in a clockwise motion, the better it is, because you have information
60.
on betting
Martin,
patterns.
you require 121.
That's the position that Martin Thomas has got. He's on the button.
Game shot.
And he's
the first
pressing the
leg.
button with a 12
Martin
darter right
Thomas.
there. Playing like someone who refuses to be denied his spot in Saturday.
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
He pulls out his best darts when he needs to pull out the best darts, and he's incrementally getting better once again as the day went on. We mentioned it earlier on about how
140.
yesterday the level improved. Well, that first game against Michael Huntley, that was a real deviation from what we've seen from him, and that could have easily
100.
ended up the other way. And since then, he has not looked back.
You've seen it from many players this week. They've had a bad day because they've had a bad first game.
85.
Winning is infectious. Which is maybe one of the reasons why
90.
Jack has only amassed a small amount of points this week. He hasn't had that big run of victories, 2 or 3 or 4 in a row. It's what you need to do to be successful
100.
here. Even Ryan Harrington this week has had an 8-point campaign on Wednesday. Maybe that's something that Jack
99.
can think about until we maybe see him again. I can
54.
testify as to how difficult it is. I've played 8 games on that stage. I've only won 2. It's hard.
Although you did squeeze 11 in those 8 games.
60. Jack required 122.
There were some games that went the distance amongst them.
Oh, well, yeah. Maybe should have nicked 1 or 2 of them. Bullseye.
97. Martin, you require 152.
You wouldn't actually put this past Martin the way he's been playing, although you will now.
54.
Do you know that Martin
Jack
Thomas
required
uses exactly the same
25.
barrels as Carl Wilkinson? Someone who we've seen in this series. Exactly the same barrel. Well, not exactly the same barrel, they're just the same type.
17.
Bonus chance
Martin, you
time.
required 98.
And it's for a break of throw as well. Perfect.
Game
Doesn't get
shot
any
on the
better than
second
that.
leg. Martin
That's
Thomas.
so opportunistic and lethal at the same time.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a look at his leg difference then. It's +8.
58.
In order to be top of the table on points and leg difference going into the final round, he must win 4-0. And we've only had 1 of those today, and it was delivered by Jack.
140.
And to be fair to him, isn't playing too bad, but
140.
when he knows the finishing line is in sight, Martin Thomas is putting in the performance of this group so far. We haven't seen a ton-topping average in Group C this week.
45.
He's been the closest. I don't mean to impugn any Group Cs that we've seen over the last couple of years, but one of the reasons
46.
that we think that maybe Group C is the weakest group of the week is that you do have people coming through into the group after failure. Their confidence will be low.
95.
The standard last night that we saw from Group B was so much better than this one. But I think we're toying with players in this group
44.
here, especially Martin, who don't invest in that. They don't think about it. They don't care. They just focus on what they can affect, which for him right now is to get this job done as soon as possible, just to get the points. 2 wins, he's in. Simple as that. Win this, beat Harrington, see you on Saturday.
140.
Interesting choice
Jack to
there.
require 87.
Decided not to go for the treble 19.
And it proved to have been a choice in vain anyway. Vincent can
51.
find himself on the
Martin
bullseye.
requires
Couldn't quite, so
73.
Thomas returns for 73.
Jack is in very familiar territory on double 18. And
33.
he does now get a
Jack
look.
to require 36.
Even if he goes inside, he's had joy on double 9. He might have to rely on it again.
28.
But when he needed it this time, it doesn't come up trumps. And so
Martin
Thomas
required
tops the
40.
3-0.
He's been so good on tops today.
Game shot on the third
So much better
leg.
than yesterday.
Martin Thomas.
And if we are looking at differences in performance, it must be that.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw
I've
first.
barely seen him
Game
on double 10. Only a couple of times off the top of my head. Because he's been so busy hitting double top.
He might be
58.
taking James Hurrell's mantra here as the king of tops.
The more I think about it, the more
100.
I really do fear for Hurrell. This is now a horrible situation. He's been leading the table in what seems like forever. But he's third now.
140.
This could have been academic, this group, after 2 rounds. I said it last night to Abby. We could be sitting here
95.
talking about something completely different, but no. We're in round 9, and we haven't got a clue what's going to go next.
James Hurrell must be hoping that he's
95.
just in an absolute horror of a dream. This is just an epiphany of horrors. And that he can pinch himself, wake up, and that this didn't happen.
139.
He can still dig himself out of trouble, but it's not in his hands anymore.
It's in Jack Vincent's hands. The group has actually been in Jack Vincent's hands
44.
in an indirect way.
Require 167.
Could be in the hands of Martin Thomas very shortly.
Put it this way. If Martin Thomas wins big here,
97. Jack to
and
require
Stu Wilson
164.
demolishes Jack, Hurrell's gone.
No one expected to be saying that sentence this morning. Especially when he won his first game.
100.
He looked
Martin
like he was
requires
pretty much a done
70.
deal. Will this game be a done deal for Martin Thomas? It's going to be a dud at tops.
30.
Match start come and gone.
Jack to require
Vincent
64.
comes back for 64 to bring a leg back. And every leg is vital at this stage.
It genuinely is. Double top.
24.
Jack is not up to the task. Is
Martin
Martin.
require 40.
Tops for Thomas. Tens.
30.
And you could hear the cry. The scream of
Jack to
Tomo,
require 40.
signifying the importance of those doubles that have come and have gone. And will they come to cost him as Vincent comes back for tops? That's not a bad line.
Can he use it?
Game shot on the fourth
He can
leg.
eventually.
Jack Vincent.
And we go into a 5th leg. It doesn't really
Fifth leg,
change
it's Martin
anything,
to throw first.
because if he
Game
holds throw, it's still the same. He wins both of his matches he's through. He would like it to be done with a match to spare.
60.
Everybody would like that situation. But now his best possible leg difference is plus 11 with 14 points, which is well out of reach for Hurrell.
46.
In fact, the way we're putting it, I've just figured it out in my own head. Takes this leg. He doesn't have to win the last game, does he?
180.
Unless he gets trounced.
Well, it's an 8-leg swing between one round of fixtures. If he wins this by 4 legs to 1, it'd be plus 11.
He might just need an amount of legs by that time, but the last thing you want to do is feed confidence to Jack Vincent. And bounce outs like that don't help.
65. $100.
Good steady stuff. Lovely concentration around the 60 bed. Is he going to persevere? He could even go 16s here, you know.
140.
Oh, what a dart that is. I might need Richard Feynman to explain how that got in the 60.
$87.
It's over to you, Martin.
Require 56.
You missed tops for the match last time. How about this time?
Game, shot, and the match.
And
Martin Thomas
beats his hands in the air because he knows that is a significant victory. It doesn't mathematically put him through, but it puts him almost there. Plus 11 on the legs difference, 14 points on the board. It's advantage Thomas as Huntley plays Harrington. That's next.
Well, Martin Thomas has just come through with a 4-1 victory over Jack Vincent, a win that could well end up being enough to see him through to finals night. He may just need a few more legs from his last match, but he was actually more pleased to hear that his son has just won a game on the Dev Tour as well. He came through 4-3 to get the better of Charlie Lodge, and that was actually the biggest celebration that Tomo has given all day. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that game then from Martin Thomas. A 4-1 victory, an average over 91 in that one, 4 out of 11 on the outer ring with that high checkout. Of course, the 1-2-1 as for Vincent, missing 9 at the outer ring in that one, averaging just north of 80. So then we have one more match to bring you before our final round of fixtures. Let's have a look at the league table at this stage, and there might not be much riding on this next game. It's Michael Huntley and Ryan Harrington doing battle, but those two could end up being spoilers in the final round of fixtures because Huntley will take on Hurrell in our penultimate game before Harrington takes on Thomas in our final game of the day. So they could end up both acting as spoilers, but they face each other in our next match, and it's Huntley who was the 4-0 winner when they did battle yesterday. To see whether it'll be repeat or revenge this time around, let's rejoin our commentary team.
Let's take a little bit of a break, shall we, from the top half of the table and just revel in a game between Ryan Harrington and Michael Huntley. Michael, who beat Ryan 4-0 yesterday, would love another win like that. And he will finish his campaign against James Hurrell. That's in game 14. What's really interesting about that game is that it might indeed be a dead rubber. We will calculate what's possible by the time we get there, because it's very dependent on what Stu Wilson does against Jack Vincent next. I'm not going to lie,
first
Henry.
Leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
When I woke up this morning thinking about the possibilities in this group, I didn't see this coming.
I think a lot of us made the assumption that James Hurrell would do enough to get
80.
through and get those couple of victories that he probably needed in the end to see himself over the line. And when you consider that he won his first 2 games of the day, he thought, that's probably it. He'll probably do enough. He'll probably get over the line. Now, he needs all manner of different scenarios to see himself through.
Yeah, he can't see the line. The line is a dot to him right now.
60.
To quote Joey Tribbiani. Unfortunately for Ryan, it is a week that will not yield a Saturday invitation.
58.
And the same goes for Michael Huntley, which to a lot of people may be a bit of a surprise considering his tournament success in seniors a week ago.
100.
But he hasn't quite clicked in this format yet, has he? In tournament knockout play, he seems to revel in that. But in group play, just hasn't quite got it down yet.
81.
And is that because knockout play has a different need to group stage play? Knockout darts, you're in it from the get-go. If you lose, you're out. Whereas with group stage darts, and you played in this tournament before, so you maybe agree or disagree with this statement where you know that you've got 5 games or 4 games, depending on the group that you're in. So you plan your day accordingly, and maybe
60.
you put a bit more focus in that as opposed to all energy into one game.
Sometimes it's about urgency. You play early in a group. Ooh, hello, double 8.
120.
The urgency that you feel in knockout play, it's win or out. In group play, it's not as urgent.
150.
You might go into that first game and think, right,
16.
be nice to get the win, but if I lose, I'm not out yet.
8.
Well,
Ryan,
things are definitely wrong when Michael Huntley's not hitting
127.
double 4, because yesterday it was easy for him.
$55. Michael, you require 8.
2 fours.
Game shot.
Will he
the
attest
first
it this
leg.
time to lead
Michael
1-0?
Huntley.
He will be disappointed that he's not going to Saturday.
Second leg, it's
as
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
will Ryan. But whatever they're doing this weekend, I hope they have fun. And maybe they'll be watching
135.
when the Saturday finals kicks off on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 7:30, and the semi-finals and final will be live on Sporty Stuff
60.
TV in the UK from 10 p.m.
And even earlier for you North American folks, because you could have 2 players in the final.
80.
Group B, get it back on the way from 10 o'clock in the UK, 5 p.m. Eastern time, because we've got to say them things now, because we're cool and hipster and international. Jacob Taylor and Leonard Gates
55.
are part of the field. Well, if one of them gets through, Berry gets through, we'll have to get one of those clocks. So we'll have to say, well, it's kicking off at 8:30 Central European time.
180.
It's going to get underway at 2:30 on the East Coast, and then at 7:30 in the UK.
Sounds a bit like a hotel foyer when they've got multiple clocks behind the...
81.
the
Ryan, you
counter.
require 106.
Don't have that one of the one across the road that the players tend to stay in.
Don't they?
Game shot on the second leg. Ryan Harrington.
Where did that 12 darter come from? There hasn't been enough of that this week.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw
Just
first.
little hints of it
Game
every
on.
now and again. Fine leg. No, this is not cricket. You didn't get that joke, did you?
83.
Or did you just got it too late?
I just wanted the tumbleweed to...
Well, one thing's for sure, in Group C, there's no third man that will get through.
44.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah.
The way he's looking at me right now,
100.
all I want to say to him is, you're out. You know, Glenn Durant tried to go toe-to-toe with me on Lionel Richie songs. He submitted.
97.
And that's the last thing you want to do with Chris Murphy as well.
I just don't try with Chris.
Plethora of information when it comes to songs from
137.
around 1987 to about 2004.
He's basically Mr. Smash Hits.
I'll let you call him that.
134.
I wonder what Michael Huntley's specialised subject would be if he went to Mastermind.
135.
I'll have to ask him. What would yours be, Henry?
140. Michael, you require 46.
The history of Harrington, Waterlooville. Oh, bad dart from Mike there. You don't need me to tell you that he's disappointed with that dart.
30. Ryan, you require 86.
So it offers up the break chance of Harrington. And it's going to be 2 in his hand, a double 16. Nice little guide for him. Can he bump it
70.
across? No, he didn't.
Michael, you require
Why he didn't just move
16.
across slightly there following that first dart. Huntley back for double 8.
Game shot on the
2-1
third
he
leg.
leads.
Michael Huntley.
Defying the 94 average of Harrington.
Yeah, this is a bit weird.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game
2
on.
words. Averages lie. There's the proof. I don't need to call
25.
Colombo.
One last thing.
Is that a Colombo thing?
140.
Yeah.
You're 22 years of age. How do you know Colombo? Next thing you know, you're going to be talking about Murder, She Wrote.
85.
Jessica Fletcher. With a
What
typewriter.
kind of stuff do you watch in the middle of the day? You should be watching this stuff.
100.
Next thing you know, you'll be quoting doctors.
Oh,
Don't do
no.
it.
Not going. No, I'm not that sad.
44.
They want a bit of Neighbours.
You haven't got time for things like that now that we start at 1 o'clock.
Didn't have time for it anyway. A little bit of time for Tenable.
97.
I am skirting over the fact that you said you watch Neighbours. But in fact, that's not the worst thing in the world. Because I used to live very close to Erinsborough. Or should I say
96.
Nunawading, which is
Michael,
where
you
it was
require
based.
164.
Just in the Melbourne suburbs.
$58.
You never know. Maybe Michael Huntley's a big Neighbours fan. Sometimes you need to know these things about players. We should interview them a bit more.
82.
Well, a bit deeper.
Michael, you require 106.
See what their favourite TV programme is.
Michael Huntley's favourite programmes, Raw and Uncut.
58.
Looks like 3-1 is imminent. Especially when your opponent's leaving a bogey number. So ironic how many times that happens.
137.
You leave
Michael,
169 and you get 2
48.
treble 20s. He
32.
does get a look.
Ryan, you require 32.
Well, Mike couldn't hit. Nor could Harrington.
Game shot on
And
the
he does
fourth
well to
leg.
find a route to the
Ryan
double 8 there
Harrington.
because those 2 darts of double 16 wouldn't have been the kindest of guides for him. And then we are at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
I don't know why, but listening to Charlie, our referee, who is an incredibly nice guy,
100.
an amazing referee. But when he said Michael just now, I got a massive hint of Pamela from Gavin and Stacey. When he said,
89.
Michael? Well, he is an Essex boy, is Charlie.
Does like Gavin and Stacey as well, does our Charlie.
Of course he does.
100.
Even though none of it was filmed in Essex, it was all filmed in South Wales. That information is courtesy of one of our other
81.
crew members, Hugh Ware, who lives in Barry. Well, he used to anyway.
60.
We've had darts in Barry in the past. World Darts Trophy, wasn't it? Won by Peter Mason.
131.
The Australian.
See, there's somebody, if he qualifies for this, he'd be a huge threat. Peter Mason is a great player.
180.
Should have been 3-1 up, and he knows it. This could have been a match-winning opportunity, but as it stands, it's just to take a 3-2 lead.
60. Michael, you require 61.
I was waiting for a second if you were going to cheers to the bull, Michael. Why
29.
not?
Ryan, you require 140.
No. No.
Yes. On
Yes.
the 5th leg.
Where
Ryan
did
Harrington.
that come from? He's had some belter finishes today. He's had a 170 out. And look
Sixth
at
leg, it's
Huntley in the
Ryan to throw
background there as
first.
if to say,
Game on.
that was a bit somewhat out of character for where he is in the table. He's at the bottom of the table.
140.
I said that Huntley should have been 3-1 up. Now he's 3-2 down.
85.
This game can perplex you at times, but Harrington, with 2 ton-plus checkouts, sees himself 3-2 to the good.
44.
I wonder whether that will make the checkout of the week show, which will be showing tomorrow night with your good self and Corinne Hammond.
No, check out of the week. It's
24.
going to be Lisa Ashton, 110. 60, double 15, double 10. That was brilliant. And if you vote for 170 just because it's
42.
170, shame on you. Go for a funny finish.
$60.
This is anything but funny for Mike. He was cruising. But maybe that thing that we showed you earlier,
135.
the difference in the averages, it's eventually told. And look what Ryan's left again.
100. Ryan, you require
Could you, Ryan?
140.
You couldn't, could you?
Never tell a dart player that he can't do something.
Oh, my.
Game,
Oh,
shots,
my
and the
word!
match. Ryan Harrington.
Back-to-back 140 finishes for Ryan Harrington. That was special. Absolutely special. He beats Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2. Next up is a big game for Stu Wilson against Jack Vincent.
Well, what an incredible way to wrap up victory from Ryan Harrington, coming through 4-2 in that last match to get the better of Michael Huntley. Let's have a look at some of the stats from this one. They're not going to paint the whole picture, though, because back-to-back 140 checkouts to complete 15 dart legs is how he sealed the deal in that one, averaging almost 10 points more than the Welshman in that match, pinning 50% of his doubles, and he left the stage saying, I don't even know where that one came from. Neither do we at this point in the day, Ryan, but it was absolutely superb to watch. As we head into our final round of fixtures now, let's have a look at the league standings with 3 more matches to bring you, and it is Martin Thomas who leads the way on 14 points. Stu Wilson currently in second, James Hurrell in third. Of course, Stu Wilson with that advantage of having the superior leg difference over Hurrell as well. He takes on Jack Vincent in our next match, and it looks like a victory there will be enough for him because, of course, of that leg difference. So any victory for Stu Wilson in our next match, and we will be seeing him in tomorrow night's finals night, which you can still get tickets for, of course, if you visit dartshop.tv. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. Barry Van Peer has already booked his place there, and by the close of play in 3 games' time, we will know our completed field from Group C before Group B gets underway, of course, from 10 p.m. tonight. So then, it was Stu who was the 4-1 winner when these two met yesterday. Will he be able to replicate that to book his spot in finals night? Let's find out and hand over to our commentary team.
Let's just have a little bit of calm for a second after the carnage of the last two legs. A little bit of sorcery from Ryan Harrington with those finishes. And I'm sure Stu Wilson would like a little bit of that magic too. Because like you said, any win and Stu Wilson will be through. Any win in this game and he will be top provisionally in Group C. James Hurrell now has very little hope. What he needs is his county teammate Jack Vincent to do him the biggest of favours. Beat Stu Wilson, and then he will have to beat Mike Huntley next.
Remember, Jack Vincent's got his own reasons to play for. Of course, he's not going to qualify, but as we mentioned, you want to put in performances to warrant an invite back into this tournament
Jack to throw first.
in Series 4 and beyond. And so, I don't like the phase playing for pride because he is playing for more than that. He's playing to convince the selectors, as any player does in this scenario. If you don't make it through, you are playing for your spot back.
Well, let me make a point about Jack then. There is something that tends to happen throughout a day, and it's happened today. Let's look at his averages as a metric to see how they've gone throughout the day chronologically. 89. And that was a 4-3 loss to James Hurrell. Then an 84 in defeat. Then an 82 win. Then an 80. Can you see what I'm getting at? Decrease every time.
60.
That tells me, and if he watches this back, I just want him to understand that this is not a criticism. It's a learning tool. If your performance levels are decreasing as the day goes on,
127.
that is something you need to address. If anything, in races like this, you've got to improve game on game.
100. Jack, you require 142.
And is that perhaps exposure to this amount of matches by day, which may not be something he's as used to?
Potentially. Maybe when he's practicing with
60.
people back in Dunstable, the best thing to do is to play multiple matches in a day and just get used to playing 4 or 5 games of this sort of length. Get 41. That fitness in the arm.
Jack, you require 82.
Get it in the mind. He's had a better start than that of Stu.
42.
I can't take my eyes off the table. I can't believe what I'm seeing. First of all, James Hurrell had how many chances
42.
to book his Group B spot?
Jack, you require 40.
I think it was 2 games. He had a chance to get over Lisa Ashton. He couldn't do it. It almost feels like he's in the same position again.
5.
Bad dart.
So you require 158.
That looked like a tired one as well.
There's no room for tiredness as far as Stu Wilson is concerned, but he isn't going to take out the 158, and so Vincent comes back for 35.
45.
If anything,
Jack,
Stu Wilson yesterday
35.
did improve game on game. Double 16 for the first leg.
Game shot on the first leg. Jack Vincent.
Can't say that I've seen him too often down in that corner of the board this week. He's someone who obviously
Second
prefers
leg,
tops.
to throw first. Game on.
That's for Stu's day. Started with a 4-2 defeat. Then a 4-1 defeat
140.
to the undefeated Martin Thomas, sorry. Been a long day. But since then, it's been pretty good in the middle.
84.
4-2 win, 4-1 win. And that 4-1 against Hurrell proving to be quite seismic at the minute.
$60.
The practice room's gone a bit silent after what happened at the end of the last game. It was pretty loud at that point, wasn't it?
60.
There's an audible hush because they know the significance of what's going on. And perhaps what silenced it even more is the start that Jack Vincent has made. He's the man currently on top in this one.
100.
That ton gives Wilson an advantage in this second. But this has been below what we've seen from him throughout the vast majority of the day.
And because
59.
this is the last round, this is the last time we're going to see Jack this week. You could say this is his swan song for week 8. But will this be the
100.
last time we see Stu Wilson this week? We are going to say goodbye to Ryan Harrington and Mike Huntley and to Jack. But one person will have to join that list.
So you require 101.
It's a long way back to Preston. He doesn't want to have to go back until Sunday.
Game shot on the
And that
second
might be the
leg.
case.
Stu Wilson.
The M6 motorway is a little bit quieter on a Sunday than it is on a
Third leg,
Saturday.
it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
You've probably got a bit of experience of that motorway.
Yeah, I don't mind the M6.
Feels like it never ends.
M62 is always the one I dislike the most.
140.
Awful motorway.
Absolutely awful. But the trick is you leave about 10 o'clock. Try to hit the busy motorways kind of just after
59.
lunchtime. You kind of, around about 2 o'clock, you'll get a nice little steady stream.
I can imagine you doing the old traffic reports, Henry. You're like Arnie Pie in the Sky from The Simpsons.
140.
I actually do the weather reports on my on a radio show I do for another broadcaster.
I can believe that.
Can't have a chance of meatballs.
125.
Now you're showing your age.
You want to make it sound worse? I was a child when Alvin and the Chipmunks was released.
60.
Why do you keep doing this to me?
At this point, this is full-blown torture, isn't it?
When I was a kid, John Lowe was a one-time world champion.
60.
Phil
Jack to
Taylor won 8
require
more titles before I was born.
161.
I was 11 when he won his first. Henry, you're going so far down in my estimation. You're almost under the desk.
90.
He'd won 8 world titles.
Shall we just move on and say
60.
Jack Vincent was
Jack
also
requires 71.
Yeah.
not born by the
Good
time
point.
Phil Taylor won 8 world titles?
Good point. Good point. Look at it this way. You were both alive when John Part won his second.
Mm.
31.
And that was a momentous time in the game. Everybody remembers where they were when that was on. Big John was here last week, wasn't he? He didn't make it through to
100.
Saturday.
Jack to require 40.
This one's following holds of throw so far. And that can't continue for Stu.
Game shot on the third leg.
Jack is doing
Vincent.
the favour so far. All he has to do is hold.
Fourth leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
And his county teammate, James Hurrell, might be keeping one eye on the practice board and one eye on this now. With a little bit more hope and glee.
135.
Yeah, but it's twofold, isn't it? Even if Wilson loses this game, Hurrell's still got to win. You can't complete
60.
stage 2 unless stage 1 is completed first. Like building a building. You can't build the roof unless the foundations and everything else is in place. So what's the point in stressing about game 14 when game 13 is not even done yet? I've got a sneaky, sneaky feeling that this one's going to the 7th leg. The tension will be palpable both on the stage and the practice room. Hundreds, maybe thousands of pounds are on the line here.
This is
100.
stress. This is pressure. This is big time. Potentially
84.
£25,000
Stu,
could
you
lay on the
require
line.
170.
Winner could win £5,000 and could win Champions Week in £20,000.
It would take a brave man or woman to predict who's going to win the whole thing. I'm not going to do that, but I am going to enjoy the ride all the way through to May 6th.
I will. I'll predict the winner of the 1,153rd game of the phase will win Champions Week.
Stu, you require 110.
The fact that you know exactly how many games just goes to show how much time you spent here. Double 16 for a level game.
Game shot
That
on the
will
4th
feel
leg.
great.
Stu Wilson.
Now he's got to mount a charge on the Jack Vincent throw.
5th leg, it's Jack to
Penny
throw
for the
first.
thoughts of Hurrell
Game
right
on.
now.
He's basically cheering every single
100.
treble that Jack Vincent hits from here on in. It's his only hope.
The only person who's feeling relaxed right now is Martin
60.
Thomas. He's already safe. But he will want to top the group.
45.
Because that has advantages. If he comes second in the group, he'll play the first game on Saturday night against Barry Van Peer.
100.
The breakdown is as follows when it comes to finals night. Barry Van Peer will play game 1 against the second place player in Group C.
85.
He'll also be joined by the second place player in Group B, whilst the winner of this group will be joined by the winner of Group B, which could well be Jacob Taylor. So take your pick, whether you want Barry Van Peer or Jacob Taylor. And then the third place player from Group B, which could conceivably be Leonard Gates.
121.
Actually, is there a preference?
Don't count out Lisa Ashton yet. Do not forget about Justin Hood, who had a great debut day yesterday.
87.
It'll be Diogo Portela, but he's going to have to do something big tonight.
And he doesn't play until game 2?
Portela, yeah, plays Lisa Ashton
60.
in the second match of the evening.
We know if he loses that, he's out. Stu Wilson, for the first time on the
100.
Jack Vincent throw, is
So you
first to the
require
finish. Look at the
160.
concentration at the back of the stage. What he would give for a Ryan Harrington style 2 treble visit to a double finish. He
100.
has to settle for a
Jack
ton,
require 84.
but it's good pressure. Can he recover? Not this time. So Wilson gets his chance for
28.
break.
Stu requires 60.
To put himself 1 leg away from Saturday. He's missed the 20. He's missed the 15 as well. Don't tell me that pressure doesn't exist, because you've just seen it.
20.
And
Jack
Vincent
required
now
56.
to jump all over it. We'd say it should be 2 in hand at tops, but as we've just seen there, it's not that academic. It is in Vincent's case. Oh, that's high. That's below.
36.
Wilson has tops to go a leg
So you
away,
require
and he would have the
40.
darts in the 6th.
You're leading a charmed life, Stu. Double 10. Round the houses,
35.
but not in. What can Vincent
Jack
do this time
required 20.
on a different double? He knows the situation.
You've got the group in your hands right now, Jack. You're controlling a few players' destinies,
15.
but he cannot find the double
So you
5.
require 5.
And so the most important double of this group may well be either double 2 or double 1.
That's as good a dart as he's thrown this leg. Double 1 it is.
Game
And that
shot on
one's
the
in
fifth
for the
leg.
3-2 lead.
Stu Wilson.
Look at the exhalation from Stu Wilson. Now he's got one more job to do.
Sixth leg, it's Stu
If he
to
can
throw
hold,
first.
he's
Game
safe. But look at it this way. He's now got 2 chances to get through instead of just the 1.
If you said to Stu Wilson, 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon,
55.
you would have the darts in one leg to send yourself through to Saturday's final, he would have snapped your arm off for it. And this is the situation he's in. But he comes up dry with the first visit.
85.
Every treble in this tense scenario is going to be magnified. Every small slip in this scenario will be magnified. This is darts under duress.
59.
This is darts under stress. This is darts with the utmost pressure on it, with the utmost consequences on it.
140.
That's an incredible 140.
It really is. What can Stu do in reply?
58.
He's feeling it now, even though he's in front. I said it would go 7 legs. I still think it will.
60.
1 treble visits now. Oh, brilliant. This has got the feeling of one of those county games that is right at
60.
the end of the weekend schedule. And when you're involved in these games, it's not about quality, it's about bottle.
48.
They are learning about themselves right now. And Jack Vincent's not even in with a shout of getting through the group. And he's feeling the pressure.
You mentioned that county element. Well, he's effectively playing for somebody else here, Jack Vincent.
99.
Excellent counting to leave himself on the fish.
That was really well thought out as well. He made sure that his last dart at least could leave him a finish. If he'd have gone for the 20s and hit the single, he wouldn't have left one.
22. Stu, you require
So it is
170.
170. Calling Stu Wilson's name for Saturday. What he would give for a treble right here. Any big treble.
55.
Not a small one.
Jack required 146.
This would be an incredible way to save it and send us all the way. And if this did happen, I don't know how anyone's heart rate would have been able to cope with it. Has to square up.
58.
Doesn't square up. He
So you
leaves himself
require 115.
on a treble to double combination. But 115 now for Stuart Wilson to make it through to tomorrow night's final. 21 scored, so 94 left. So treble 18 for tops is what he will crave. He's found the treble. But he hasn't found the
95.
tops. He's had a dart to go through.
Jack, you require 88.
That was missed. So low. Must have been a very tight arm there. Safe single. Safe single. Bull.
63.
Now Stu Wilson comes back.
Stu, you require 20.
The destiny of his Saturday invitation sits with him. He's
Game,
through.
shot, and the
Hurrell is
match.
not.
Stu Wilson.
That is something I did not expect to be seeing this morning. He had the destiny of Saturday in his own hands. It was shaky, but ultimately, Stu Wilson has qualified for Saturday night in week 8.
Well, it was nervy. It was incredibly edgy at times, but Stu Wilson is through to finals night. He joins Barry Van Peer, and all the action, of course, gets underway from 7:30 p.m. tomorrow. One more place still to be filled, though. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that last match of Stu Wilson. With a 76.95 average, it wasn't a classic, as I mentioned, incredibly nervy at times, but 4 out of 9 on the outer ring, sealing his place in finals night. That high checkout of 110 as well. Jack Vincent, it's been the story of much of his week, hasn't it? Too many missed starts at double 10 in that match as well. But let's have a look then at the league standings heading into our penultimate game of the session. And this is how it stands. James Hurrell is next up against Michael Huntley. Hurrell needs a 4-0 win, and for Martin Thomas to lose 4-0 in the final game of the day in order to go through. Tomo, of course, takes on Harrington after our penultimate match. James Hurrell was the 4-3 winner when he took on Huntley yesterday, but he needs to win this one 4-0 to have any chance at all in booking his place in finals night. Will he be able to do that, I wonder? Let's hand over to our commentary team to find out.
2 more games to go, and Michael Huntley has 2 points for the day. James Hurrell's got 4. We have already said goodbye to Jack Vincent via 2 points for the day and 4 points for the group. So a big learning curve for Jack. Stu Wilson already safe on 14 points and plus 13. What would you say about Michael Huntley over the last couple of days? What is he going to take from this?
I think he'll take that there's glimmers, but I think there's still another step to go to take that next elevation in his game. He's prolific in that seniors tour, in that open series. He's won a couple of them now. He's done one in the ADC. He's qualified here before.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I think the next step for him is that A game is a very good A game, and it's competitive against anyone. I think to elevate himself to the next level, he needs to find a B game that could be competitive maybe in a few more matches.
100.
I'd agree with that, actually. Sitting here with Chris Mason on many occasions, we talk about people's B game.
60.
Where does your B game need to be in this venue to be competitive? I'd probably have to say somewhere around about 87.
100.
Very different on the PDC Pro Tour. You might need a B game of around 94, 95 if you're going to win big titles.
28.
But this is a building block. It's a confidence conveyor belt, possibly to bigger things and to give you the finances to do so.
135.
And I get the feeling that the B game of Huntley is maybe around the 82 mark at the minute.
135.
And Mike's not alone in this. And the reason why a lot of players may be playing in this competition as opposed to maybe being a PDC tour card holder is their A game stacks up against anybody. But when it comes to that B game, when they need to find something that isn't their best, but they can
45.
find clutch and key moments, it can be found wanting. That's okay, as long as you can develop that over time. You can work on that, and you can harness that to get yourself results. And that's how you move onto the Pro Tour and things like that. Hurrell wants double 18 for 1-2-1 for the opening leg.
James Hurrell.
He has to win to 0. James Hurrell. He's got the opening leg of which.
So am I right in thinking that we got a little bit ahead of ourselves? If Hurrell wins 4-0 and Thomas loses 4-0...
99.
Let's cross that bridge when we get to it, because there is a gap of 8 in their leg difference and they're 2 points apart, so they could conceivably
96.
be level if those 2 results come in.
140.
If it ends 14 points plus 7 each, Hurrell goes through.
Okay, I'll retract what I said at the end of the last game then, because I thought, based on my own calculations, that Hurrell was
60.
gone. I don't mind saying when I'm wrong. But what we are saying
140.
is if Huntley gets 1 leg, then it is done. It's not looking particularly good in this leg.
140. Michael, you require 122.
Double 16.
90.
That was one of Michael's best legs of the week up to that point.
Hurrell has to throw everything at this now. Needs 2 trebles. Needs 2 big trebles. Needs another one.
83.
He's just going to try and apply pressure and hope of the miss, which doesn't come.
Leg. Michael Huntley.
And so we can confirm it's Wilson, it's Thomas into tomorrow night.
To throw first. Game on.
There may have been a lot of people out there who thought that Huntley and Hurrell might have been the 2 names going through, based on what they've done here before.
85.
And in Huntley's circumstances, what he's done very recently. But they're both leaving us.
62.
Now what we want to find out is whether Martin Thomas wins the group.
We'll find out the answer to that particular question in our next game. And he takes on Ryan Harrington. Be the last match of the group.
It could be really good as well, considering what we saw from Ryan in his previous game.
140.
Players can relax now, without the fear of league position. Even if Martin Thomas is thinking about winning the table, it's not the end of the world if he doesn't.
55.
This is where this number tells me something. If you go 61st on 299,
36.
I cannot, in all consciousness, call you a good counter. Sorry, Michael. I think you're a great guy. But on 299, you've got to start 19s first.
100.
Rule number 1.
So it's the point where I say you should be careful, because both of Mike's boys are very keen and very good rugby players.
99.
I think about
James, you require
99.99% of
140.
people could completely take care of me very easily from Wales.
$42.
Facts are facts,
Michael,
though.
you
When
require
you've got 299, you've got to start
164.
19s first. If you don't, you run the risk of leaving 159, which nobody wants. But 164s are nice.
122. James, you require 98.
Crafty.
58.
I
Michael,
quite
you
like that route,
require
actually.
42.
You try and use the 98 as a 3-dot checkout as opposed to a 2-dot checkout.
26.
He comes back for one double
James, you
top now
require 40.
to take the lead in a game which will be his last in week 8.
In some way, the worst margin of scoreline for victory for
Game
Hurrell
shot
now
on
would
the
be
third
4-1.
leg. James Hurrell.
He's 2-1 up. If he wins this 4-1, he will kick himself. Because he feel like
Fourth
he would
leg,
have
it's
given
Michael to
himself
throw
then the
first.
opportunity with a
Game
4-0
on.
win.
We don't advocate kicking yourself, by the way, here at the MODUS Super Series because it hurts.
Yes.
I've seen people kick each other on the hockey before.
140.
I once saw Ricky Evans mimic kicking Daryl Gurney after he won the German Darts Championship in Hildesheim.
60.
That was quite funny.
$24.
Yeah, that's why the exclusion zone's there, because there was a famous incident years ago at the World Championship.
It's not just to
45.
protect the person in the exclusion zone, but the person outside it.
Especially when Richie Burnett is playing.
Oh, Mensah-Sulevic's back foot does tend to reach
60.
a little bit. But I've always given players who have a bit of range with the lower half of their body a bit of space. It's the right thing to do. The last thing you want to do is get too close to your opponent
40.
and risk kicking the knee. This is a non-contact sport. If you had
100.
to think what would happen if it was a contact sport, I would have retired 10 years ago.
Just slide tackles coming in from every direction.
I would have been good at those. I was a central defender. You've just brought up a really good point. Maybe I
46.
wouldn't have retired 10 years ago.
Oh, and Binks would be in his element, wouldn't he? Because apparently he fancies himself in a fight against anyone.
No, he would be a referee with a whistle.
137.
He'd be watching on, just shoving cards in the air. Great maximum there from Hurrell.
180. Michael, you
Should be
require
too late.
40.
And
Game shot
is.
on the fourth leg.
2-2 in this
Michael
one.
Huntley.
So he's not going to get the 4-1 win, which would have been very close to qualification.
Fifth leg, it's James.
Just wants to
throw
leave with a win.
first. $100.
Just having a look at the development tour, which is taking place in Milton Keynes. A couple of headline victories in the second event of the day. He's
60.
Collie winning with a 101.9 average against Bradley Rose, whilst Daniel Perry 4-0 victor against Fred Box with an average of 105.47. So some very good stuff going on over in Milton Keynes. That's the
43.
second development tour of the day, the first weekend of action in that particular tour.
How long do you think it's going to be before the argument starts about developed
100.
players into 2023? I think that'll probably surface by Monday.
Otherwise known as the Josh Rock discussion.
Oh no, it was going on well before he came around. It was very, very hot as a topic. And Jeffrey Desvaughn
180.
was winning on the Pro Tour and playing on the Development Tour. But that's for another day. Today is about
100.
celebrating Group C in the fact that we have got two people going through that maybe we overlooked.
Still a big fan of the potential of maybe a Dev Tour week here.
140.
Potentially. One thing it would be is quick, because all the young players are quick.
140. James, you require 38.
3-2 and a 13 darter.
Aim shot on the
Yeah,
fifth
that's quality from
James Hurrell.
James Hurrell. He knows exactly what's happened, but he's one of those that will play to the proverbial whistle.
Sixth leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
You think about the level that he's shown this week. He hasn't shown us the explosive big average that we maybe could have had from him, but there's been a lot of good steady stuff in there. But he's paid the price for some really vital misses throughout the week. He was close
45.
to qualifying for Group B on Wednesday. He didn't get that. And being within a certain amount of legs of qualifying for Saturday in this group means that he's going to walk away from this week feeling, well, pretty dull inside. It's the first time he has not qualified for a Saturday.
41.
And that might just light a spark under him to make sure that the next time he comes here, he'll get the whole lot.
And there is no doubt we will see James Hurrell again here at the Super Series.
85.
And, as you say, up until this point, he's qualified every single Saturday night, but this is a man that doesn't just want to qualify for finals. This is a man who is building a reputation on winning things.
And what about we have a week of country captains then?
85.
Well, if you're talking about having Hurrell back, have the Scotland captain, the Welsh captain, the Irish captain, which is Niall Culleton, I believe. Grab a few other European captains and maybe some from further afield. That would be a great week. But the difficulty with that is trying to get everybody together in the same week.
140.
Scheduling these weeks is more difficult than you think.
That is why half the time we come up with these ideas, the producers say, it just cannot happen. Because the scheduling of players these days is incredible.
92.
The only time really you get a good gap is just before the World Championships, where everything's a bit quiet and everybody wants to play in something before Ali Pali.
60. Michael, you require
It's either 86 for a seventh leg, or it could be 130 for the match.
Game shot.
It's the first one. We go the distance.
Huntley.
Full props to Huntley here. Just like yesterday,
Seventh final leg.
he's
It's
averaging
James to throw
91
first.
in his last
on.
game of the campaign. And when you consider in his first game today, he was sub 70. Maybe he just takes a little while to get going. Maybe playing a final at 2:30 in the morning did play to his strengths last
60.
week.
Maybe he would have preferred a more suited to being in Group B. Different players have different time zones where they adapt themselves a little bit better. Chaz Barstow is a great example of which. You put him in Group B, he can do some frightening stuff. But sometimes we see him in a Group A or a Group C campaign and maybe doesn't produce maybe his best arrows in that morning session.
Yeah, he's a night owl.
100.
Some players are like that. They don't like playing early. They don't like playing in the afternoon. They are night owls. And I hope you guys are too later because we do have more darts for you from 10 p.m.
I think we're going to have a very special night tonight. And I think you want to join us for it. We've got the best of North America, the best of South America, and we've got the best of the British as well. Both North and South of England in the Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton, and the man from the Southwest in Justin Hood. We know we're going to have a Dutch player in tomorrow night's final in Barry Van Peer. We know we're going to have a player from Wales. We're going to have a player from England. Could potentially, in the final, there still can be a scenario where if Diogo makes his way through, we could have 6 different players from 6 different natures be part of Saturday night's final.
Time will tell.
60. James, you require 141.
This is to finish with a win. Double 12.
126.
Oh, wow, he said.
Michael, you require
Perfect first two darts,
160.
but a bad third one leaves him on a tricky little 15. If he gets a look.
120.
They both have a tilt at a big finish, and they both just miss
James,
out.
you require 15.
There's a nice little smile and laugh into the camera there. He's enjoyed his couple of days, even if he hasn't gone through. But who's going to finish the win? Oh,
No
my
score.
goodness.
Michael, you require 40.
That is chaotic.
Looks like Huntley might get the win. He doesn't.
One.
They're both having bad
James, you
darts at the
require
end of this match.
15.
He might try a single 3 this time for double 6.
Game,
That works.
shots,
And
the
he does
match.
leave us
James
with a win.
Hurrell.
He's been through 5 days of arduous stuff. Unfortunately for the England captain, he just falls short on leg difference. It's been a brilliant effort from him, and it's also so long to Michael Huntley. He finishes in 4th position by the looks of it for now, but he could be overtaken in the next match.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
So then, half of our lineup for finals night has been completed. You can book your tickets via dartshop.tv to be here. Of course, we already knew that Barry Van Peer would be here. Stu Wilson is going to join him, of course, as is Martin Thomas, because James Hurrell needed to win that last match by 4 legs to 0 to give himself a chance coming into this final match of the session between Martin Thomas and Ryan Harrington. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that one then. Real disappointment from, well, they've all averaged 0. That's obviously the wrong one, but we'll just talk you through. James Hurrell, of course, came through 4-3 in the end. Let's have a look at the table instead, shall we, and see how things are shaping up with one more match to bring you. Martin Thomas and Stu Wilson are through to finals night. Of course, James Hurrell just missing out because of that leg difference. He's not going to be there. I think that's quite the surprise, isn't it? And if you've wondered, we've also talked, haven't we, quite often about how players always know what they need to do in order to make it through to finals night. They always know the scenario that they find themselves in. Well, until leg 2 of that last match, Stu Wilson actually didn't know that he was heading to finals night, because it took him that long to come up and ask me whether he'd done enough or whether he was still waiting for certain things to happen in the penultimate game. And of course, this last one with Martin Thomas involved. But he is safely through to finals night with Martin Thomas, who we're about to see in action in our final Group C match. Let's get this underway then, and for one final time this afternoon, hand back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. These guys know where they're going. Tomo is going to Saturday. Harrington's going back to Essex. But he might have something else to say before he goes. He's already shouted from the rooftops a couple of 140 finishes in consecutive legs in his previous match. And that was one of his best performances of the week. 50% on the doubles for the 32-year-old. And an average in excess of 91. A bit more of that, and he might just deny Martin Thomas a perfect day, because that's what he's going for. He's got 8 points from 8 coming
First
into this
leg, it's
15th
Ryan to
game
throw
of Group
first.
C
Game
on Friday.
And so can Harrington finish on a high? We've seen some moments, some glimpses of him this week. There's plenty for him to reflect upon.
40.
Reflect upon, shall I say? It's been a long afternoon session, hasn't it? to ponder upon and to take stock and take note of. There's some positives to take from there. There's also some bits to work on, but that's what this tournament does. If you want to learn where your game is exactly at, this is the place to come to. This is the place to play. And he will know everything he needs to know about his game now.
He's definitely got some information, that's for sure. Martin has too. He came here with question marks. Today, he's had the big eraser out.
58.
Scrubbing away those question marks and putting exclamation marks. I haven't seen him play this well
138.
for about a year. That's encouraging.
If he plays the type of stuff we've seen today,
40. Martin, you require 130.
he could go severely under the radar tomorrow night.
He might, but I might not let him if I keep talking about him. But he has played
65.
a lot of stuff today that would warrant problems for his opponents. If you're not regularly going above that 90 average level,
65.
you are going to lose against some of the people who will be here tomorrow night.
$45. Ryan, you require
145 for his third 140 plus finish. Sometimes words just don't cut it, and noises are better. Ooh, what happened there?
75.
That was as if the
Martin,
flight
you
came out of the
require
stem before it
20.
even hit the board.
I'm going sideways. And the double seven won't go in either.
16.
So Harrington, who's
Ryan, you
been
require
in
70.
a scoring phase well behind in this leg, is going to get 2 darts at double eight. And that may not be
54.
the worst guy,
Martin,
but
you
that's
require
2 misses
4.
on the outer ring for Harrington. And Tomo returns
Shot on
to
the first
2 to
leg.
take the
Martin
lead.
Thomas.
Would it be a bit of a bitter pill to
Second
swallow
leg, it's Martin to
for Hurrell
throw first.
if he was to look at the score sheet for the day and in the last round
81.
he gets the win, Martin Thomas loses. Jack Vincent had plenty of chances to possibly win that match against Stu Wilson.
95.
Do you think he'll dwell on that, or will he just move on?
I think James Hurrell is getting ready to get into the car as we speak to make his way back up to Gloucestershire. If I was in his
60.
situation, I want to get out of this building as soon as possible. Shake everyone's hand, thank them for the week, and then get out of it. That would be what I'll be personally doing.
58.
That's the healthy thing to do. In times gone by, I've seen dart players
100.
stick around after defeat and stew on it. I've done that myself on occasion. It's not healthy. Best thing you can do is what Gezi Price does, what Michael Van
60.
Gerwen does, what Simon Whitlock does. As soon as you're out, grab your bag and go.
$140.
Just wants to continue to play well, doesn't he? He's playing like someone who's just been given a new car.
134.
And he likes
Martin,
the
you
feeling of
require
the right pedal.
120.
Can't be a bit of new car smell, can you?
I haven't had one since
82.
2007.
Ryan, you require 154.
Don't buy new cars.
I was thinking that you had like some kind of 07 plate.
96.
I don't know, Vauxhall
Martin,
Corsa.
you require
No.
38. Game shot on the
2-0
second
Martin
leg.
Thomas.
Martin Thomas.
This is steady stuff.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
He beat Michael Huntley yesterday in his last game in what was one of the best games of the group.
60.
Seen some of the cars that some dart players have
100.
bought over the years. Some have bought Bentleys. Some have bought bangers.
180.
I mentioned Darryl Gurney in the previous game. He's bought a few cars in his time, but he likes to fix them up. I've never seen anybody as
60.
clever as James Wade as a mechanic. It's frightening. He can do anything with his bare hands.
Oh, mate, Chris Mason has a good car or two as well, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. It's really evident when Chris talks about cars just how passionate he is about them.
Also, John Walling.
140. Ryan, you
Right,
require
and again.
170.
That is a wonderful car he has.
Oh,
Not another one. Almost had a bedfellow when he was thinking about it. He fancied another one. I think Martin Thomas is feeling his thoughts.
94.
There's a little bit of proof as to how much of a nice guy this guy is. He's just a wonderful man to be around.
it's a nice charm about him as well.
87. Ryan,
Good
you
sense of
require
humour as well,
76.
but
Oh,
that's
yeah.
typically Welsh.
Well, 76 then.
68.
And a chance for Thomas to get to
Martin, you
3-0.
require 114.
Triple 18. He liked the lie. It's a
80.
double 17.
Ryan, you require 8.
Next door neighbour, double 2.
Four.
Dart was in the way. And now, Thomas has got the choice.
Martin, you require 34.
Because it's a southern double, he might go straight for it. No, he's going to split it. Double 12.
Game shot.
Too
the third
good.
leg. Martin Thomas.
And Martin Thomas is 3-0 to the good against Ryan Harrington here. He is a leg away from completing the match.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
As Paul Nicholson makes his way up to the broadcast gantry to
58.
join Abigail Davies to summarise the action we have seen so far today. Don't forget, we're going to be back tonight from 10 o'clock, Group B, which is going to be headlined by Jacob Taylor, who
42.
won 4 from 4. We're also going to see the champion of champions in Leonard Gates in action. Lisa Ashton, the 4-time world champion, is outside the automatic qualification places, and that's partly because of the fantastic debut day that
140.
Justin Hood's had in Group B, winning 3 of his 4 matches. He is well in the mix and well in contention to make it through to finals night on his debut.
25.
3 players will join Barry Van Peer, Stu Wilson and Martin Thomas in Saturday night's final here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where our coverage will begin from 7:30 before joining you on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m.
85.
for the semi-finals and the finals. And of course, you could be a part of the action as well. The tickets are available for tomorrow night. They're complimentary, free of charge for every single week in this phase.
99.
Head over to dartshot.tv, where you can also, from the 1st of May, book tickets for the World Seniors Championship. That being announced earlier on this afternoon,
60.
the 14th to the 18th of February 2024. So Thomas to
93.
finish
Martin
on a high, a
158.
158. Well, it's not going to be done now.
43.
Well, Harrington, as I say, it's got a lot to be positive about this week. There's a lot to learn and a lot to
99. Martin, you require 150.
look at, but that's what this tournament does. It gives your game a real forensic focus. 96 left. Treble here would set up double 8.
59.
Not going to
Ryan, you
happen.
require
Well, we've already seen a
143.
plethora of big finishing from Ryan Harrington today. Is it going to continue? Not on this occasion. And so Thomas returns set fair for 56 to seal a 4-0 win to finish off our afternoon
107.
session here
Martin, you require 56.
at the Super Series. Tops for Tomo. Double 10.
36.
That felt rushed.
Ryan, you require
That
36.
felt like a rush dart from the Welshman. Cannot miss. Does miss. Double 9.
18.
And Tomo returns for 10s.
Martin, you require 20.
Double 5. Inside.
No score. Ryan, you require
It's just
18.
getting a little bit scrappy here.
No score.
How's it not gone in? A wise smile and a
Martin, you
chuckle.
require 20.
I suppose you can laugh it off in that scenario. Well, here we go again.
Game,
But
shots,
2 5s
and
for
the
Tomo,
match.
and he
Martin
will be the
Thomas.
table topper in Group C. And he is going to take some beating when it comes to finals night tomorrow evening, as he gets the better of Ryan Harrington by 4-0. Plenty for him to dissect as the week finishes. Nice little embrace from both players following the conclusion of that one. And that is the conclusion of our Group C action. So let's head up to the balcony and join Abigail Davies.
Very much indeed, Henry. Martin Thomas tops the group then going into finals night. How much of a threat do you think Tomo could be?
Considering some of the games he's played over the last couple of days and how much he's improved from Thursday to Friday, if he can do that again tomorrow, he will pose a threat. And we can't ignore the fact that he hasn't lost today. Winning is infectious. And if he starts well on Saturday night, he is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, let's have a look then. Confirmation of the Group C table. Martin Thomas finishes top. Stu Wilson in second. He's also through to finals night. And as I mentioned prior to that final game, Stu Wilson didn't actually know he was through when he came off that stage. He had to come up and ask whether there was anything else he needed. So that just shows he had his mind purely focused on getting those 2 points. That can be quite healthy, can't it? Just focusing on getting that win.
It didn't look healthy. It looked really unhealthy. I just saw him when I was walking through the practice room just now, and he looked shot. He was just completely done mentally. But it's just one of those things, isn't it? This format is bruising. I know they've only played for a couple of days and it's 10 matches of best of 7 darts, but ultimately it's the mental stuff that gets you. And in the end, whether he knew it or whether he didn't, it was hard.
And it just shows how important that leg difference can prove to be time and time again. James Hurrell, just a word on him and how he'll reflect on his campaign.
It's been a tough week. He hasn't been 100% from the very start, but I admire his courage. I love the fact that he dug deep at every single point. He tried to slow the pace a little bit earlier today. It didn't quite work. And ultimately, when he finished up in Game 5 today, he was starting to find some of the stuff that we expected. It was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket slide then. Confirmation that we've got 3 players through to finals night. Barry Vampire, of course, coming through Group A on Wednesday. Martin Thomas and Stu Wilson join him. Still 3 places to be filled, though. Group B, it delivered last night, didn't it? And we expect it to do the same again tonight.
Oh, it will. We're just not 100% sure who's going to bring it. But I know that we can't count out Lisa Ashton now. She's got to win. And earlier in the week, when she had a bad start in Group A, she went on a rampage on Tuesday. So let's face it, all the guys up against her tonight, watch out.
And just a word on Justin Hood, because we spoke about maybe not knowing what to expect from him on his debut here at the Super Series. Of course, there'll be added pressure on him now that he is in a position to qualify. Do you think that'll hinder him at all? Because yesterday he dealt with absolutely everything that was thrown at him with such great quality performances.
I don't think it's going to get to him. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to fold under pressure. I've watched him play in a few different venues now, and he just gets on with it. I'm almost envious of it because I just couldn't do that. I would think my way through defeat and possibly get a victory at the end. But happy feet, yeah, I can see him making it through. I think he gets through. I think Jacob Taylor gets through. I think it might be between Leonard Gates and Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, that first game of the night could be incredibly important, couldn't it? Because we said last night it was going to be the mouth-watering clash of the night. It proved to be Jacob Taylor taking on Leonard Gates, of course. How important do you think it is that Leonard starts with a victory?
I think it's great that he's got him in the first game. You don't want to get Jacob Taylor in the second game. He's just unbelievable when he's playing in round 2 of his matches. It's extraordinary. But yes, he's got to get off to a good start. He knows it.
Yeah, Jacob Taylor, we probably expect that he'll get off to a good start, especially performance-wise.
He will get through.
Yeah, perfect. There we go. We have it from the man himself. Rejoin us from 10 p.m. this evening, where Group B will reach its conclusion. We look forward to seeing you then.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
A bit of a
Game
look
on.
through his numbers and his data and things. I was like, the averages don't quite match the results that he's getting. I mean, some of the results that he's had recently, he's beat people like Scott Williams, Mike Warburton, Jim McEwen. And you're thinking, but the average is running so low. And then when he mentioned there that he
120.
started bad and then he played better at the end of the year, you look a little bit deeper and it goes in line with what you said on the balcony of this recent upward surge in his levels of performance.
85.
And I like what he said in the... I like one thing he said in the interview, and I hate something else he said in it. So he said, being here is going to be a good
97.
learning experience. So he's looking to take something away from this, whether it's qualifying through for Saturday, whether it's £5,000 on Saturday
100.
night, or whether it's some experience. He's going to develop off the back of this with that sort of growth attitude. The bit I didn't like about it is when
43.
he said that the form he showed recently has made him lucky enough to be here. You're not lucky to be here. He wasn't walking past and they went, we need a player. In you
Can you
come.
play darts, mate?
96.
And lucky is a word I hate.
Same.
Hate it. And I used to get all the time when I was coaching football, like someone would shoot and miss, go, oh, unlucky. No, it's not unlucky.
No.
Unlucky
41.
is a bolt of lightning coming down, striking the tree falling over the goal and stopping the ball from crossing the line. That's unlucky. What it was you missed.
140.
It was bad technique or poor practice. Something we can work on to make sure you don't miss in future. Luck is not a part of it. And the reason Cam Crabtree, easy to say, is here
60. Cam, you
isn't
require
because he
80.
got lucky. It's because his form recently has been that good. He's beat the likes of Scott Williams, who has dominated
Game
the
shot on
Challenge
the first
Tour.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
What a debut leg that is. A 14 dart breaker throw. Matt Jackson starting with 2 treble 20s. And then getting
Second leg, it's Cam to throw
unfortunate
first.
bounce out. Oof, could be steady in here.
No,
Game
that's
on.
unlucky. We've hit the wire. It's come
Yeah.
out the board. That's unlucky. If he would have gone and missed and
Yeah.
got a big 20, that's not unlucky.
No.
That's a miss.
Well, this is my first look at
134.
young Cam Crabtree. I'm just going to call him Cam from now on.
100.
What do you think of the technique?
slightly overbalanced. The shoulder just coming a bit too far down, so that's going to put a little bit of tension on the knee.
180.
But despite that, it's pretty much there.
It is, isn't it? I like it.
96.
And you don't hit 9 darters by accident. Well, the stance is nice and wide. Let's say there's a little bit of it's. But the
140.
head stays still. There's not too much shock into the shoulder. Full extension. Land very flat on the board.
98. Camera required 47.
Sometimes causes a few issues. Not so here. This is for an 11.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Wow. Well, if you didn't know he is, you do now. 25 darts doing the opening 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Which equates to family and friends of Cam. Quickly get your
57.
screenshots ready.
Yeah, get your cameras out. Welcome to the Super Series.
140.
It's going up. And I tell you what, you're Matt Jackson.
99.
What are you thinking? You've been here all week. You've played some good darts in spells. You start off against a 19-year-old debutant, and he starts throwing 122 average against you.
Yeah, you know you're playing well when you hit a ton and your average starts to come down. I always say that's a great indication of
50.
the level of play.
$60. 97.
It's interesting that he picked out Robert Thornton as well as part of the players
140.
this week. I mean, he was playing darts before Cam was even born.
40.
So was I.
Cam, you require
Plus you are.
61.
Pants older than Cam. It's too good.
Game shot on the third
Not
leg.
only is the
Cam
scoring
Crabtree.
absolutely exquisite, so is the finishing. 3 out of 3. 3-0 up in the blink of an eye.
Fourth leg,
A
it's
double
Cam to
breaker
throw
throw,
first.
winning legs of
Game on.
14, 11 and 15. He's averaging 112.72.
And there are no signs of stopping.
140.
No, I mean, we've all done it where you're aware when you're in a game like this, you're winning comfortably and you're 3-0 up and you're thinking
123.
I'm averaging over and you start thinking about it. It's not even in his mind.
100.
All he's thinking about is winning a game of darts. That's what happens when you're not damaged goods. There's no scars. He's carrying no
60.
baggage.
$140.
This is relentless. 140, ton 140. Could be a 4-0 start.
135. Cam, you require
115 average. The record, I
121.
believe, is 118. And the whole existence of this format.
Game, shot, and the match.
That
Cam
is
Crabtree.
absolutely incredible. What an opening match and what a display from the young 19-year-old on debut. 115.62 the average. 4 out of 4 on doubles. 100%. A ton plus finish. 6 140s. 1 180. What a performance that was.